study session, joint study session between City Council and Planning Commission regarding the update to the housing element. The time is now 6:04. Can we have a roll call, please?
Begin the roll call with the planning commissioners. Planning Commissioner Wright.
Here.
Planning Commissioner Leal.
Present.
Planning Commissioner Godwin.
Present.
Planning Commissioner Ferguson.
Present.
Planning Commissioner Devine is not yet present. Vice Chair Hauser.
Present.
And Chair Berman will be arriving shortly. City Council members, Councilmember Bowles.
Present.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Present.
Councilmember Beer.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlos.
Here.
Mayor Big Stick.
Present. With that, we will read the land acknowledgement. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples. And I will lead us in a salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And singularly on our agenda tonight, we are a joint study session of City Council and Planning Commission considering and providing direction on the draft 2023-2031 housing element of the general plan. Proposed action: receive a presentation and provide direction regarding the draft 23-31 housing element of the general plan. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Planning Commissioners and City Council. I am Christian Murdoch. I'm the Planning Director for the City of Pacifica. I'm very excited to be here this evening at this milestone in the city's housing element update process. This process has been the culmination of a lot of work by city staff and our consultant team. And before we get into the material tonight, I do want to take the opportunity to introduce the team that has been working on the housing element update. So I've been the city staff lead. I've been supported in great ways by Elizabeth Brooks, our management analyst for the planning department in the city manager's office. And we couldn't be here today without significant contributions from our consultant team from Good City Company, joined to my right by Nick Hamilton, who's the project manager and lead for Good City Company on this activity. We have Aaron Acknan, who's a principal with the company, Sabina Mora, who's one of their senior planners, and Sandy Council, who is one of their housing specialists and support specialists.
Welcome.
So tonight's meeting objective is to provide the council, commission, and the community an overview of the housing element update process, a summary of the draft housing element, provide an opportunity for public input, and then allow council and commission discussion and direction on the current housing element draft. So the first question is, what is a housing element? The first part of the presentation tonight will give a little bit of background for those that may not have been at the prior community engagement sessions, so that we hopefully have a common level of understanding. And so as mentioned in the mayor's introduction, the general plan includes several different elements, including the housing element. It includes an analysis of housing needs, an evaluation of constraints to providing housing. It identifies sites to meet housing needs. It has a plan with goals, policies, programs, and quantified objectives related to housing production and other housing activities. And it has a special focus on fair housing, environmental justice, and community input. In other words, hearing from our community. And so The multiple elements of the housing element update process include community input, analysis, studying data, surveying our community for our built condition and housing opportunities, and taking all of that information and data and processing it into the draft document, which is where we're at tonight. Ultimately, that will go through the local process with the Planning Commission and City Council. It will go to the State Housing and Community Development Department. They will comment on the document, potentially multiple rounds of comments and responses from the city, which will culminate in a letter from the state saying if you adopt this housing element, you will be in substantial compliance with state law. And then we will take it through a formal adoption process with the Planning Commission and City Council. And then it will become, upon adoption, a part of the city's general plan and provide the framework combined with other elements of the general plan to provide for housing in Pacifica. So the housing element update process is a rather involved process. There are many steps. The city started this process in August 2022 by launching a community-wide announcement about the housing element update process, seeking city council confirmation of the engagement plan, and beginning initial community outreach and engagement. Carrying into September, there was broader community engagement and outreach, which then led into October and November with community meetings in person and online and other engagement activities. And then leading to where we are today in early spring of 2023, having a draft document for decision maker review and community review and input from all parties. Following this process, we will take community and council and commission input, make appropriate revisions to the draft document, and as mentioned, transmit it to the state for their review and comment. And that process may iterate, as I mentioned, more than once, but hopefully not too many times, and then culminate with the adoption process later this year. So some key takeaways from this sixth cycle update process for the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA, is that overall the RHNA is increasing, particularly for Pacifica, which we'll speak about in a moment. The RHNA has increased very significantly from the prior housing element period. The state, due to recent changes in state law, will subject the city's housing element to increased scrutiny, more so than prior housing element update periods. The state will be ensuring that our policies and our site selections do not increase segregation and other adverse social factors based on historic patterns of discrimination and segregation in housing. And they will ensure that we've sort of provided the magic number, if you will, of 30 dwelling units per acre, which is the minimum density for San Mateo County, or at least for the city of Pacifica, where the state will presume a site is appropriate for affordable housing, provided we achieve that minimum housing density. That is a density that's greater than historically has been approved in Pacifica for several decades, even though there are several areas in town where higher densities do exist, but from much older housing stock. And so when we're looking at the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA, as I mentioned, this is a number generated from a big number for the entire state from the state of California, and then transferred down to the councils of government throughout the state. In our area, that's the Association of Bay Area Governments, or ABAG, for the 9-county Bay Area region. They undertake a localized process and methodology to then allocate that regional housing figure, which is a subset of the big state number, to the different local jurisdictions throughout the ABAG region. And so for the fifth cycle housing element update, which covered 2015 to 2023, or 2014 to 2022 in this slide, however you count it, the city of Pacifica received an allocation of 413 housing units for the 8-year planning period. And as we think about this new 8-year planning period for 2023 to 2031, our allocation increased to 1,892 units. So significant, more than 4-time increase from the prior planning period. And so the city's obligations to plan for housing are much greater than they were in 2015, when the city council was last asked to adopt a housing element update. And so certainly planning for any number of housing units, let alone nearly 2,000 housing units as we're required to do, requires extensive community engagement and conversation. And so The city staff has perceived this housing element process as really building on prior community work that's been undertaken in recent years on planning issues. It's a continuation of our previous work, including the Home for All community conversations in 2019, where we heard from the community about their housing challenges and the types of things they would like the city to do and to improve upon related to housing. Many very personal statements were shared at that point in time. Some people sharing that they were losing the ability to live in Pacifica, where they grew up. They want to stay, but they can't. Others paying more than half of their income to rent and probably not being able to hold on much longer. And others saying that their children can't afford to stay here and really losing that family connection to the community that they love. That led in 2019 through 2022 through the general plan update and Sharp Park specific plan processes, where we received additional community input about the vision for Pacifica and housing and types of housing that the community could support. The Sharp Park specific plan notably really focusing on infill development, increasing density in key corridors, improving walkability and livability of the Sharp Park neighborhood. And so many of the public input themes and planning themes have carried into the housing element process. Additionally, the housing element update process itself has had an extensive and robust community engagement process. As mentioned, the council confirmed the community engagement strategy for the housing element update in August of last year. That kicked off with a citywide mailer, is followed by online community engagement in September, 2 in-person community meetings in October and November, farmers market and Fog Fest pop-ups, online surveys, a Pacific Coast TV commercial, community canvassing, key stakeholder interviews, and more and more and more. We made every effort we could to reach those that were willing to talk to us about housing and their preferences and their needs with respect to housing for this housing element update. So what that's meant to us in this process is trying to distill everything we heard into a set of community values that can guide our planning decisions for housing. We heard common concerns about transportation, including more traffic and inadequate parking and ensuring housing had sufficient parking. Common desires for increased vibrancy, walkability, arts, and activities in our community for people of all ages. And common values to try to retain our small town feel, valuing and embracing the coastal environment, protecting open space and hillsides. Again, walkability, diversity, not just in the traditional racial sense, but age diversity, income diversity as something very important to our community, as well as housing for all incomes and ages. So a broad list, but elements that we were able to pull out and really use to guide our approach to this planning challenge. So we took all of that and then tried to square it with some of the key assumptions and limitations of the housing element process. And so those include having to use realistic development trends based on past approvals, which meant we can't count all of a site's density for our site selections. We have to offset that and reduce it, in this case, to 81% of the maximum density, which is the average of housing projects the city's approved in recent years. We needed to find significant numbers of sites to cite lower income housing units, and there are criteria including site size, greater than a half an acre but less than 10 acres, the minimum 30 units per acre density we talked about, and additional scrutiny if more than half of our lower income sites are on non-vacant sites, which in Pacifica was almost a given, considering that we're trying to protect our undeveloped hillside sites wherever we can. There are also assumptions about accessory dwelling units. The state says, hey, you can't use ADUs to meet 100% of your arena. Look back at your average of prior production, which in our case was 187 units for the 8-year period, 2023 to 2031, or about 10% of our arena. The coastal zone, an important part of our community, west of Highway 1, but recognizing we aren't able to cite increased housing density in coastal hazard areas, and so that took a number of locations off of the table. Also factoring in a key assumption of no net loss, which means we need to make sure future housing approvals, if they're less than the total number of units assumed, that we're not losing those in the housing element and having to do offsetting rezonings at that time. So what that means is including a 15 to 30% buffer on top of the given arena of 1,892 units. And so HCD, the state agency again, who oversees the housing elements of local jurisdictions, recommends a 15 to 30% buffer. Also taking into account considerations related to affirmatively furthering fair housing, or AFFH. A lot of words on the slide, and we can take time to read them later if need be, but generally speaking, taking actions to reverse historic patterns of discrimination, past discriminatory housing policies and actions that have resulted in segregated living patterns that really disadvantage the people living in those areas. And so that extends, to all of the city's activities related to housing, and it addresses racial segregation as well as access to education, economic opportunities, and other factors that were analyzed in the housing element. It's relevant not only in our policies and programs, but particularly for our housing site inventory. And so we took all of that information, input from the community, the realities of state housing element law and key assumptions to prepare the draft housing element that's the subject of tonight's conversation. The document's currently available for public review. It's at planpacifica.org. It was released on February 24th. And the comment period ends on March 27th. And so we encourage everybody that's interested, if they haven't already, to submit their comments to housing@pacifica.org, or rather, housing@pacifica.gov. So the structure of the draft housing element is such that we tried to summarize all of the detailed appendices into a high-level indication of the key themes and information in the main housing element document. So that summarizes, appendices A through G and the key points from those, and then sort of provide some distillation and summation of those points. There's also a discussion of the sites in there, which are key to the discussion, as well as outlining the detailed policies and programs. But we do have appendices on community consultation, in other words, the engagement process that was followed, an analysis of the prior housing element and what we achieved and what we didn't achieve in that document, an analysis of housing needs, fair housing analysis, identification of housing resources, the site's inventory analysis, as well as potential constraints to housing development. But really, two factors on this list really rise to those of greatest interest and import to the community, and those typically are the site's inventory and the policies and programs discussion. And so that'll be the focus of the following slides. So the site strategies really reflect the community input that translated into the strategies that we used to identify sites. Those included, first, evaluating the 2040 general plan for the adequacy of sites that are already designated for housing development and seeing how they relate to the other criteria in terms of lower income housing, density, site size, coastal hazard locations, et cetera. Recognizing that the 2040 general plan is not sufficient to achieve our RHNA, we then prioritized evaluating the potential for shopping centers and other commercial areas to be redeveloped in part or in whole to provide housing. Public property sites, including city-owned sites, school district-owned sites, and other government-owned property. That's real property. There are also Caltrans sites that were identified and evaluated, which aren't technically real property yet, but they are owned by a government agency and can go through a process to become publicly owned parcels potentially. We also looked again at the coastal zone sites and then included accessory dwelling units in that strategy. So before jumping into a little more specific about the sites, I do want to mention that the planning obligation for the city is to identify areas where housing is allowed in sufficient numbers, types, and densities to further the regional housing needs allocation, or the RHNA, assigned to the city. Again, the 1,892 units. And so that requires the city to evaluate land use designations, zoning, height, density, and various other factors to determine, what will enable or what may constrain housing to be built, and where housing may be constrained to try to eliminate those barriers. What it does not mean on its face is that housing will be built at any of these locations, or that the city is going to undertake projects in all cases to build housing. In limited instances, for example, where the city owns the property that's proposed to be on the site list, it will bear some additional burden to take steps to ready those sites for potential future development. But again, the city's not required, nor is any other property owner listed here necessarily to build housing on these properties. So it's a clear distinction between planning and enabling success, and then someone else making the decision outside of the housing element to actually undertake a housing project.
Director Murdoch, some folks in the audience at home, if not here, may be seeing this for the first time and hearing about it from other sources, not necessarily an official city source. Would you please repeat as slowly as you can that part that you just said?
Certainly, Mayor Basic. So the city's requirement in the housing element process is to, among other things, with respect to sites, identify sites that can be designated for residential development in sufficient numbers and types of housing and densities and so on to accommodate the city's regional housing needs allocation of 1,892 units plus whatever buffer the city ends up including. As proposed in the document, that's a 30% buffer on top of that number. It means the city needs to put designations that allow housing and have sufficient densities, and eliminates other barriers like overly restrictive parking or setback requirements and so on that may restrict the ability for that housing to be constructed. But what this does not mean is that any particular property included here or the owner of that property is obligated to build housing. The city does not have any tools to compel any of these property owners to actually build a project. They need to make that decision or those decisions for themselves. In the case of city-owned property that may be ultimately included in the list, the city will have some obligations to take some steps like releasing requests for proposals and taking other steps to see how far along they can prepare the site for a housing development. But again, the city, just like any other property owner, is not compelled or obligated to build housing as a result of the housing element.
Thank you very much.
And so, brief disclaimer here, just indicating that a property's identification in the site strategies does not mean that the property owner is necessarily supportive or intends to build housing, sort of along the lines of what I just outlined. We're really identifying where policies of the city will allow and enable housing to be built. So, a little difficult to summarize a citywide list of sites, on a map at this scale. But really, what I'm trying to do here is show that this map is illustrative, that sites have been included throughout the city in practically every neighborhood, if not every neighborhood, given the monumental challenge of planning for as many housing units as the city's been assigned with this regional housing needs allocation. We can drill down on these section maps for each neighborhood if the council or commission desires at any point. But really the point here is that we did our best to be equitable in the distribution of these units, ensure that everyone in the city is doing their part to help accommodate these housing units. And then the blue is indicative of sites that have capacity in the 2040 general plan currently. And then the orange or yellow color indicates sites that would need rezoning in order to accommodate housing in the way intended in the housing element. And so as mentioned, the key aspects of this site inventory that's prepared in the draft housing element is that sites are distributed throughout the city. We have an important amount of existing capacity in the 2040 general plan. Roughly half of our sites by number are suitable according to the current general plan designations. However, that's only 552 out of the nearly 2,000 units that we need to plan for. And more importantly, it has a very low share of the lower income housing. This essentially means that the current general plan doesn't have enough higher density sites, to put it in simple terms. While we have land use designations that allow 30 units and above, in some cases, there's just not enough land area, or the sites that are designated didn't meet any of the other filters that were included in terms of site size or other factors that we know the state will be interested in evaluating. So the result of that is that by number, roughly half of our sites are requiring rezoning. That is just a simple term to mean very, very likely general plan amendments to allow that higher density, and then zoning to match the general plan. But just colloquially, we're using the term rezoning. While the number of sites is roughly the same as the existing capacity, by number of units, it's 3 times as many housing units. So 1,567 units are proposed for rezoning, and very importantly, nearly 3/4 of the lower income sites would result from rezoning to create new residential development capacity. For those that like numbers more than pictures, it's a little hard to read here. But essentially, this is showing the different income levels from lower income, moderate, and above moderate, as well as the total capacities. Approved projects that are already in the pipeline, 145 total units can count. Projected accessory dwelling units, as mentioned earlier, 187 units. Sites within the current general plan, 552 units. Sites requiring rezoning, slightly over 1,500 units. But what I really want to highlight on this slide is the great effort that the city and consultant team undertook to try to create a significant buffer for lower income housing units. And that's really important, in my opinion, to demonstrate the city's commitment to the development capacity for lower income units. And it also helps avoid no net loss considerations when future projects may come in on those lower income designated sites. They may not be lower income housing projects, and we don't want to be in a situation where we're approving housing, which is a good thing, but we're then falling out of compliance with our RENA by losing a sufficient number of lower income designated sites. So while we've prepared a buffer overall of 30%, which is at the high end of HCD's recommended range, we really put the emphasis on the lower income units with a 52% buffer at that income level. Moderate income, 15% buffer, and above moderate, 10%. And baked into that for the numerically oriented is that adjustment, as I mentioned earlier, of only including 81% of the maximum capacity. So there could be some additional buffer here, depending on your perspective and philosophy. If a site were to come in and develop at the maximum allowable density, we would actually have more capacity than the buffer indicates, but this is a conservative indication of the development capacity. And so as mentioned earlier, really to get to the level of being suitable for lower income housing, the state says at minimum you need 30 dwelling units per acre for Pacifica, and a number of our sites are at 30, 40, 50, and even some of them at 60 dwelling units per acre, just to try to make the numbers work or to capitalize on a particularly suitable site that might be close to transit or be particularly walkable or have other key site amenities and services. And so, the common question is, what does that mean in terms of a particular building? And so there are a few slides here to help us visualize what that density might mean. This is sort of an overview generally showing from the left side the typical single family or duplex type of development, really only getting us up in Pacifica to about 9 units per acre. This slide suggesting maybe even as much as 12 units per acre in that single family or duet style. Once you get above that 10 units per acre, let's say 10 to 20 or mid-20s, you're talking about townhomes, but again, smaller scale, still sort of single family feeling. You really get into that multifamily feeling approaching 30 dwelling units per acre and above. So your typical apartment complex will be in that 30 plus unit per acre. And then when you get into 40 plus units per acre, you're really talking about intensive development. Often you'll get podiums, which means ground floor parking with development above. And so to show some more close-up, finer grain examples, this is the 30 to 40 dwelling units per acre. The example on the left is a mixed-use type of configuration with ground floor commercial and residential above, and then a more traditional residential-only project on the right. When you go from 40 to 50, the left is a more urbanized example, taller buildings, more intensive development. The example on the right, you can still have modest built form, in terms of height overall, but that's reflective of a smaller unit size, for example. So, there are different variations that these densities can take. And then when you get to the 50 to 60 units per acre, you are, essentially looking at much taller 4, 5, or 6-story buildings, smaller units potentially, but greater density and intensity. And some of the built form can change as well depending on how much parking the city requires. And so less parking might allow lower building heights and maybe a more traditional suburban building form, but more parking might push higher building heights and so on. So you can sort of push and pull a little bit on some of those factors to result in different aesthetic and built forms. But generally speaking, the more density, the taller and bigger the buildings will be. So that's a summation of the sites discussion, which is typically category number one of greatest interest to the community and to the decision makers. And as I mentioned earlier, category two is the policies and programs, which are just as important and fundamental to the housing element. And I like to think of them as actions that support the development and approval of housing on the sites. And so if you operationalize them mentally that way, what other activities, other than planning for a specific site can we do? How do we, streamline policies? How do we eliminate barriers? How do we access funding sources? All of those supporting activities that will enable new housing to be built or existing housing to be preserved and maintained. And so in our policies and programs section of the housing element, there's two simple goals that guide everything that we're trying to do in the housing element. And those are to maintain, improve, and develop housing, and to affirmatively further fair housing in all of our actions. And so it's as simple as that. Those two goals are then shaped into 17 policies. I've included two examples here. One policy indicates to remove constraints to housing development by streamlining the city's development review and permitting processes and conducting a significant code modernization initiative. That will likely take shape as a very significant work program for the city, if the council includes that. Another policy, as an example, is to facilitate production of affordable housing with an emphasis on affordable rental housing and workforce housing to decrease the impact of housing prices on cost-burdened households. So taking it from the very high level in the goals, shaping it a little bit more in these policies, and then taking those down another level into specificity into 14 specific implementation actions. And so I'll just read them quickly, and we can spend some more time, as needed to discuss them. But general plan and zoning amendments to achieve the RENA, zoning modernization and streamlining, public and semi-public land master planning, support development of accessory dwelling units, fund a housing action fund, strengthen inclusionary housing program, preserve existing affordable housing units, rehabilitation of homes in lower resource areas, housing for extremely low income, special and disproportionate needs, strengthen services for homelessness, fair housing enforcement and outreach capacity, fair housing affirmative marketing strategy, infrastructure capacity improvements, and state and federal law conformance. So a broad program of very specific actions to help shape the regulatory environment and as well as reduce barriers or to access additional supportive resources for our community with various housing needs and various economic and other conditions. And what the chart is intended to show here is the 8-year housing element planning period, 2023 through 2031, and the dark brown indicating when the focus of effort would be for the respective action program. And so, as mentioned, really the first and most important activity we need to undertake is the zoning and general plan amendments to allow our RENA to be accommodated with our land use regulations. And so you see that takes up the first several years in this schematic of the work program, with other implementing actions and programs to follow for the subsequent years through the end of the 8-year housing element period. And so the key takeaways for the policies and programs are that they're focused on a production-first philosophy. We have a large RENA, let's embrace it and find ways to ensure that we can plan and enable people to build the housing that's needed. This involves a significant general plan update, rezoning and zoning update program, which will take significant staff and financial resources for the city. And then try to establish realistic timelines for implementation, considering the city's resources, staff and financial, as well as other policy priorities that are important for our community that can't be put off indefinitely to allow housing element work. So with that, I do want to make myself and our consultant team available for questions before we shift into public input and other commission and council questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Murdoch. So I'm going to start with something very basic. Simply, what is the process from here? We give you feedback, the community gives you feedback, after this group meditation session. How does it work from there?
What I would propose, Mayor Big Stick, is that we provide an opportunity for the council and commission to ask any clarifying questions, anything I presented, anything sort of at a high or medium level of specificity from the document that you may have reviewed, just to clarify and frame your understanding. Then allow an opportunity for public comment and input. And then there are 3 questions that I would propose that the council and commission drill down on to guide the feedback that the staff needs.
Very good. Maybe then later would be the time to ask this question again, but I was getting at more what comes after tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So after tonight, we will take the commission and council feedback. We will then wait for the conclusion of the public comment period, where we may receive additional public comments. We've received many so far. We will analyze and distill all of that feedback, as well as the direction from the commission and the council, and then make any necessary edits to incorporate that, as well as prepare responses to comments. And then we will transmit the draft housing element to the Housing and Community Development Department, HCD, at the state, and then begin a 90-day review period that they have in which to evaluate our housing element against the requirements of state law, and to issue a comment letter that will identify all the things that they believe need to be amended in the draft housing element to comply with state law. We'll take some time to incorporate those revisions as we see fit. And then depending on the nature and extent of those, we may propose to bring the document through for adoption with those amendments, or we may propose sending it back to HCD for another round. It really depends on how far off we assess that we are from what HCD is expecting.
Okay. Thank you. So Council and Planning Commission, regular format. We'll open up to questions with the understanding that after public comment, our conversation almost always lends itself to naturally conversant questions that will arise. So just keep it to specific questions now, and we'll go through and discuss and do edits and typos and details and deeper dive questions after. Do we have questions? And since we do have so many, please just raise a hand if you would like to speak. Chair Berman.
Thank you, Mayor Big Stick. And first, I want to apologize for being late. My exit off of 280 was closed due to a tree falling. But thank you for that great presentation, Director Murdoch. My first question actually relates to Mayor Big Stick's question. So after closing public comment period, and after staff and our consultant team updates the housing element, is there at all an opportunity to bring the new draft housing element back to another study session of Planning Commission and Council before submitting to HCD?
The possibility exists, but our recommendation as the staff is to take the community, council, and commission input and also get HCD's input, and then, if necessary, have that community conversation. It's really beneficial to have their input as well, and then get a sense of how much of those recommended or requested changes we're prepared to make as a community, figure out what our options are, and strike that right balance before we either take it through the adoption process or send it back to HCD. And so I think it'd be most productive to have the totality of feedback before another direct community engagement opportunity here locally.
Okay, thank you. I do have other questions, but I'm going to save them for later.
Vice Chair Hauser.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll ask a multi-pronged question, and that will be my question. Can staff please discuss the ramifications of what happens by designating a site, a housing site, how that affects our discretion, how can we control a mix of uses if we're designating something mixed use, especially in consideration of things like the Housing Accountability Act. And then on top of that, will we be adopting objective standards for these sites in conjunction with passing the housing element?
Sure. So I may defer to Assistant City Attorney Karen Murphy to speak a little bit more about the mixed use question. But generally speaking, this housing element document is intended to express the City Council's endorsement of sites that are appropriate for housing development. And so we are essentially raising the bar if we identify a site in the housing element, to a potential future housing denial if a project were to come in consistent with the city's land use regulations and the density indicated in the housing element. So it is important in that sense that, we're not just throwing, pasta on the wall and seeing what sticks in terms of sites. We really need to be thoughtful about, are these sites appropriate for housing? Because we will be held to account if we seek to deny housing that comes through on that site. So to that extent, it's very important to be thoughtful about the site selection. The other part of your question is objective standards. More and more, because of processes that have played out at local jurisdictions across the state that have not always resulted in the best housing outcomes, the legislature has continually taken away elements of local control and said, you cannot, local agency, deny this housing project if it meets certain criteria. The latest formulation of that is objective standards, which mean adopted zoning or general plan or other land use standards that can be known in advance and are easily measurable using common methods and techniques. Things like height, parking, lot coverage, density, et cetera. Not subjective factors like I'm not sure this meets the community value or community character of this particular neighborhood. That's not an objective standard. And so by and large, if a site's in the housing element, for example, and meets certain other criteria, the city needs to approve it if it meets the objective standards. And so our goal among the suite of zoning amendments is to expand the number and type of objective standards we have to get the types of housing that we want on these and other sites, and to discourage the types of housing that we don't want.
So Director Murdoch, thank you. That was a really good explanation. I just want to make sure, for avoidance of doubt, that I understand. So if you take like the Lindemar Shopping Center, which is one of these inventory sites, and if we pass the housing element, Kimco could sell it to KB Homes or another housing developer tomorrow, and then the city would lose all discretion on whether or not that could be housing. And if that stayed commercial, that would 100% get to be housing.
Yes, in response to your question. So the housing element will set forth programs that will require general plan and zoning amendments to achieve the RHNA. And then those legislative actions will come back to the Planning Commission and to the Council for approval. And provided that that those general plan and zoning designations allow housing as a permitted use at a certain density, then any project that comes in at that density with housing that's consistent with objective standards, it would be difficult to deny that project.
Thank you for that confirmation.
Who else? Councilmember Bowles.
First, I just want to thank Christian for adding the visualization slides. That was really helpful to me, and I'm sure to many members of the public, so thank you for that. I want to talk about the schedule a little bit more, just in terms of our deadlines, and and a little more explanation of what could happen if we don't meet our deadlines. For example, one question, I understood that if we do not have a certified housing element by May 31st, then our zoning updates, and I believe the CEQA updates for the general plan need to be completed in a much shorter time frame. I was even told like January of next year by the city manager. Is that true?
That's right. So there are a number of potential consequences for Pacifica to not have a certified housing element. The deadline for adoption in the Bay Area region was January 31st of this year. And so we're already overdue for adoption. And some of those consequences have already kicked in. including potential eligibility for certain state housing and transportation funding and certain other funding sources. There are additional consequences that accrue sort of the longer that you're out of compliance, beyond the deadline. You are referring to, Councilmember Bowles, the quote-unquote grace period in the housing element law. So we are beyond the deadline currently, as I mentioned, for adoption of the housing element. But if we adopt the housing element that's in substantial compliance by May 31st, which is the 120-day grace period, we still have 3 years that are provided in state housing element law to complete the required rezonings, if there are any, which we have many. We are unlikely, just to be frank, to meet that grace period deadline. And so the reality is we will be subject to a 1-year rezoning requirement, which is measured from the original adoption deadline of January 31st. So what that means is completing all of these rezonings by January 31st of 2024. That includes whatever environmental review may be required to allow the city to implement and enact those rezonings. So when I talk about a very significant work program, it's also likely to be significantly condensed in time. And so it's particularly challenging, unfortunately, but those are the circumstances that we're confronted with. And to fail to adopt within the 1-year deadline, there are additional sanctions that we can talk about, but they're not good for the city.
And because we have to comply by the end of January, it looked like, just looking at the overall schedule, like it was front-loaded with the zoning changes for 3 years. So my hope is that we can compress some of that schedule so that we can actually start to get some of the affordable housing built sooner than is projected.
Yeah, of course. So, I'm ever the optimist. At the time that we released the draft general plan, it wasn't technically impossible to achieve the adoption by the May 31st deadline, and the timeline reflects that. The reality is that by the time we come back with another draft for the commission and council to consider, the timeline will need to be updated to reflect the reality of the 1-year rezoning program. And necessarily, the other timelines will collapse on that, moving to the left, shortened by, in many cases, 2 to 3 years, potentially, depending on the program. So the sprint that we will be undertaking to achieve the rezonings, the good news is that will get us to doing other housing program work sooner. And so that's the silver lining, depending on your perspective. And so I think the potential exists for those policies and programs to be in place sooner, and housing projects to be able to benefit and avail themselves of that, which might mean housing is approved and constructed sooner, which is a great outcome.
So I'm sorry, so would the schedule be updated before we submit it to HCD then? Is that the plan?
So theoretically, the adoption may still be able to be completed by May 31st if we send it to HCD shortly after the public comment period closes. I haven't made that decision internally whether to update it or not. There's likely to be other feedback from HCD on the timeline, and so it's probably better to do a more comprehensive update, with a subsequent draft.
Okay. I guess my question is leading in that I want to make sure we can get this approved. And my concern I've heard from other housing leaders is that the timeline now is really too slow I understand we only have to plan, but the state is really hoping that we build all these units, right? That's why we have a lot of state laws taking away local control coming forth now, because cities all over the state, have not done their job, especially to build affordable housing. So it might look better, right, if we had a more aggressive schedule in terms of the initial review and approval is one of my thoughts.
Sure, and that's, feedback well taken if that's the ultimate direction of the commission and the council. Just because you're afforded 3 years doesn't mean you need to take 3 years. And if we recognize in reality we probably will only have the remainder of the year that's left, why not, update that accordingly? So that's certainly something we can do, and maybe show that we're interested in leaning in as a community, not only because we have to, but because we want to, for the policy outcome.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
No, I'll pass. Thank you. I was going to follow on to the previous comment, but I'll wait. Thank you.
Sure. Who else? Commissioner Wright.
Is this on?
It is.
Just a quick question. It seems like this is a rather big undertaking, and I know we've had a lot of transition in Planning Commission. I was just wondering if Christian could comment if he has sufficient staff not only to see us through this, but it seems like there's a 3X or a 4X potential for increased development. Does he have the staff to handle that load when that tsunami comes at the end of this process? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Wright. It's my job, in concert with the city manager, to make the plans to achieve our objectives with the resources that we have. And so I have a plan, in large part relying on the excellent consultants we have to achieve this right now. More time and more staff and more money would always be helpful. This will be a great challenge, and it will take a significant part of the planning department's focus between now and January 31st of next year. And so it's the things that we won't be able to do that are more concerning to me. But this is a critical policy item that the city needs to complete in order to forego other potential more significant consequences for failing to achieve that objective.
If I could elaborate on the answer that Mr. Murdoch gave, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager, to be a little bit more concise, the answer is housing element, implementation, zoning changes, high priority. Does planning have enough staff to do that and everything else on their work plan? As the City Council will see, and as we fulfill our strategic planning effort, the answer is no. We're very understaffed, and so just a more direct answer that Mr. Murdoch provided.
No pressure for us. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Following on to that, I would ask that when we are brought the strategic planning, when we have that meeting in the next couple of weeks, that you do exactly what Christian said. This is what's not going to get done. Because it's very easy to think, because we talked about it, it's going to happen. And we have to have that overlay and really be presented with those resource decisions, not just this is what we talked about and here's how it could go, right? You understand what I mean? Thank you.
That's right. This is not something the planning department can take in stride
Right.
and continue, everything else that we're expected to do. Tough choices will have to be made to accomplish this objective.
Councilmember Bowles.
Just to follow up on that, I think there's two different things that are constricting you. I just wanted to clarify, one is funding for staff and consultants, and then the other is actually having staff available here, right? If you had your druthers, what do you need?
All of it, of course. We are fortunate, to have one vacancy right now in the planning department, in the planning division. We have extended an offer, and that individual is expected to start, within a matter of weeks, I would expect. So provided she shows up, we will be fully staffed for our available positions. That doesn't mean those positions reflect, our historical workload and projected future workload. But at this point in time, I think, probably money is more important than staff, given the lag time of bringing on qualified staff and also the need to engage consultants to do the technical work, like the CEQA that will be required to implement the rezonings. And so, the city manager and I haven't had a full conversation about all of the resource needs for this work yet. Some of that in part will depend on the feedback received tonight and any changes to the housing element and the process and so on. But generally speaking, we will need consultant help to prepare the environmental review. That's the next sort of critical path item that we don't have fully in place just yet.
Councilmember Vatalaus.
Sorry. What repercussions, if any, have we seen from not submitting in January? Builder's remedy, have people put in plans because we haven't submitted?
So generally speaking, there are, quote unquote, pro-housing organizations, throughout the state that are operating and identifying jurisdictions that have not adopted their housing elements on time in substantial compliance with state law, and sending them letters, trying to get them to commit to certain, concessions, if you will. We've received such a letter from one of those organizations. That's one of the consequences. Aside from the content of the letter itself, it suggests to me that we're on their radar, and those entities have, initiated litigation against other jurisdictions in Southern California, for example. That they're on a earlier schedule than we are, so they are farther behind if they haven't adopted, but litigation risk is one of the consequences. We've also received what's called, a builder's remedy application. That's the other sort of big fear of local agencies. It's a little difficult to sort of boil down to a basic explanation, but in other words, if a project qualifies under that concept, when you don't have a substantially compliant housing element adopted, you're not able to deny a housing project on the basis of inconsistency with the general plan or zoning. In other words, the worst case scenario you hear bandied about is someone comes in and proposes a, 30-story high rise in a single family residential neighborhood and the city has to approve it. That's hyperbole and exaggeration to some extent. Environmental review still applies. If there are, unavoidable health and safety risks, you can still deny or modify the project. But generally speaking, projects much denser, much bigger, perhaps much more objectionable can come in, and the city would be hard-pressed to deny them if they have a certain percentage of affordable housing. 20% low income or 100% moderate income are two of the key thresholds. So it's basically a loss of local land use authority, and it, it works around the city's general plan and zoning and all the intentional planning about uses, where they should go, and the intensity of those uses. Those are undercut, when we don't have an adopted housing element.
Thank you.
Chair Berman.
The council member actually asked one of my future questions, but a clarification question on top of it. Director Murdoch, you said that the city has received a builder's remedy. Is that just one builder's remedy application has come in?
Yes, and that's not a type of application. That's why I call it the so-called builder's remedy.
Yeah.
That's a term, used to describe it. But yes, one application that would fall in that category has come in. The actual type of application is called an SB 330 preliminary application. That allows you to lock in the current local regulations, that would apply to some future action. In that, the theory goes, is the non-compliant housing element. I can't square my thinking around this concept, but it's legitimate enough to be worried about it and to try to take measures to prevent it from being utilized.
Sure, thank you.
Councilmember Bowles.
Just one thing I noticed was perhaps missing from the housing element, and this stems from a couple of discussions I've had with some nonprofit housing developers, HIP Housing and Heart, who are seeing how expensive it is to build now, right? And so it's making it more and more difficult for nonprofit developers to take on projects, in this current economic climate. And so they're looking instead, at least these two particular organizations, at the possibility of purchasing an existing apartment building, say, and then converting it to deed-restricted affordable housing. So I did a little research, and that's was approved and signed by law in 2021, or AB 787. And it actually allows for 25% of our arena to be accommodated this way. And I know it's difficult, and I know it's an expense for the city, to partner to purchase these properties, but is there a reason that wasn't included?
Yeah, it's a great question. We have highly qualified team members here that can elaborate on my, layman's understanding. Essentially, there are two ways to think about preservation or conversion of existing units. At the stage that we're at, the one way to think about them is planning for preservation of existing units for purposes of accommodating our arena. There are processes separate from the one you described where the city or a city can use existing units and their acquisition and preservation as affordable housing for up to 25% of the required RENA on the planning side of the housing element. That's very difficult to do, and we are not proposing that because we don't think the city can legitimately undertake that program. That would need to be a program in the general plan. The other side is when you get to the year-end annual progress report on implementing the RENA, and so, the report that the council just considered, how many units were actually permitted for construction in the prior year and at what income levels. AB 787 addresses that component of the conversion and preservation. And it does not require a program in the housing element. If the conversion meets the criteria set forth in the law, the city can count up to 25% of those units in the annual progress report. And so there's not a program because no program is needed for that. And if the opportunity presents itself and we, in conjunction with nonprofit partners, can achieve those conversions that meet the test, by all means, we can count them with or without, some further program in the housing element.
I guess my only question, and I understand it's difficult to do, is whether, we'd want some policies to kind of help the housing developers who might be looking at those programs, right? I don't know.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. It's a good question. Thank you. As Christian said, the threshold for the state to include that is very burdensome. It's very it's a very high resource consumer for staff time, especially. So on the per unit per staff hour, it's pretty hard to rationalize that against all of the other things that are going to get a lot more bang for the buck. It's definitely, in the right circumstances, a very laudable program or project to do. Probably. If there's going to be a project, if there's going to be a particular apartment building or way to do that, it'll probably surface quite clearly to the top, and something you can address. I want to really underscore that not including it as a program in the housing element, which is different than a policy, right? But not including it as a program should not be seen in any way as a demerit against This is something that you should always take a holistic view in your housing implementation to try to see how you can best serve the community, for sure. A policy, I don't think there's any reason why there couldn't be a policy to promote that sort of thing in the best or in good circumstances or context.
In fact, on page 20, there's policy 12 that says protect residents from displacement and by preserving affordability of existing housing, including by preventing the conversion of existing affordable housing units to less affordable housing types. For example, by supporting the preservation and habitability of mobile home communities. And there are other, related policies and language in the housing element that absolutely supports the preservation of existing housing units for affordable housing purposes.
Council Member Beer. I was about to call you a planning commissioner.
So, Christian, I know we talked before about the opportunity to see what other cities have done and to see how HCD has reacted to other cities' housing elements. And I'm wondering if you could elaborate on that a little bit, maybe like what we have learned from that as one of the positives of not getting it in on time.
Exactly. Again, ever the optimist, I saw the silver lining in where we are is having the opportunity to learn from other jurisdictions in our area. And we are particularly fortunate to have good city company and Nick and Sabina in particular, who have been helping some other jurisdictions in San Mateo County actually with their housing elements. Nick, would you mind just summarizing some of the things we've benefited from that we've incorporated in our draft? Absolutely.
And in fact, we anticipated earlier in this process that we'd be able to learn a lot from the experience in Southern California. That's a year ahead of our timeline. And in fact, there was a significant number of differences in how the state was implementing and in fact, there's a significant number of legislative differences at the state level. So that was something everyone in the ABAG region had to contend with, and was a bit of a surprise. We actually entered the project thinking we would have more information. And as the process unrolled, even within our region, the things shifted. The builder's remedy was a shift that came quite late, the so-called builder's remedy, I should say. And just last week, HCD issued another memo, which was quite interesting because it could have come 2 years ago, but did not. This is the context we live in. So, but nonetheless, a great many of the jurisdictions had a first draft in, had comments back from HCDs, have had various meetings and working sessions with HCD. The county had organized some earlier in the process as well. All of that was tremendously beneficial, and in fact, we were able to jump and leapfrog in a few different areas, especially around the affirmatively furthering fair housing segment of this, which is a major aspect of this. And I would say the affirmatively furthering fair housing is important in all of them, but it needed to be more important than a lot of places started out to make it be. And we've seen a lot of comments of exactly what HCD is looking for to meet that threshold. So I think we made a lot of progress in that department. Just last piece on the AFFH, it's so important that we embedded it in the whole element. Some of the many other jurisdictions pull it out, and it's like an affordably, it's hard for everybody to say. The AFFH section is pulled out as its own plan, separate and to the side of the housing element. And we made a very conscious decision to propose for you a housing element that treats it as deeply integrated and a holistic and central part of the housing element.
Yeah, and just one more point on that. We did learn from the feedback to other jurisdictions that HCD actually really wants to see the specific analysis of every AFFH dimension. And so, while some of them may not be particularly relevant or applicable in Pacifica, we may have otherwise just summarized to a lesser number and those that we thought were relevant. But we learned from the other communities, spell them all out, show your work, go through every one of them, even if it's not likely to have relevance for your decisions. That's why that section is so long, but it's exhaustive, and it's what HCD will expect to see, and we're hoping to benefit from that, that greater effort.
Thank you so much.
Not seeing any other questions from up here. Going once, going twice. Mr. Hamilton, if you'd like, I believe you're able to pull your microphone closer so you don't have to lean over when you respond. Director Murdoch, I don't think I could ever fathom using the term layman to describe you. Though I appreciate at any given moment your knowledge base may not be as acute. If there are no further questions from council or commission, we will open it up to the public. So are there any cards? And Sarah, do we have the call-in information? Thank you. So for those of you watching at home, either through the television or through the live stream, you can dial in at 1-650-898-6965. It's conference ID 383-609-442#. It's a *5 to raise your hand. When you're called upon, it'll be a *6 to unmute. Please identify yourself by name. I'll warn you when you have 1 minute left. And if you're calling in, please mute any background sound and listen through your phone to be called upon by the 4 last digits of your phone number. Once again, that's dial in 650-898-6965, conference ID 383-609-442#. Press *5 to raise your hand. So far, I have 4 cards. The first is Remy Tan. The second is Michelle McEntee. And the third is Ken Miles. If anybody in the audience wishes to speak, be so kind as to fill out one of those yellow cards on the back table. Staff will bring them up and we'll call you by name. Hello, Remy.
Hello, Remy Tan, Pacific Manor, as well as architect. Thank you for your hard work on the element. I'm glad to see that we've got even the 30% buffer in there. Was a little disappointed tonight to not actually see exactly in detail, each of those sites. So I will, read through that and make comments on that. I am concerned about the timeline. Having to complete the entire rezoning by the 1st of January is pretty tough thing to chew on, because typically the CEQA takes 18 months, so I'm not sure how you're all going to expedite that, because that math is not quite adding up. And it's really important to make sure that, we understand, that impact of the housing and how does it tie with transportation. Because right now, it takes forever to get to the south end of town. Weekends are even worse. And, I did see a lot of housing on the south end of town. So, all of that's got to be considered, and the consultants are extremely busy. So I'm, concerned that you don't actually have the CEQA consultant on board, with that schedule. The builder's remedies, another thing, I'm concerned about. I mean, you said you could put a 30-story high-rise, and if it's not on the hillside, if it's not on the, on the west side of Highway 1, there's nothing y'all can do about that. So we really need to get this guy ideally in, before May 31st, and, that would give us a little bit more, realistic time on the back end. I agree with Councilwoman Bowles that we should definitely, take advantage of the silver lining and make an aggressive schedule as far as getting the rezoning done, so that way the housing does get built, because we do need this housing. I mean, my kids, a lot of my friends' kids can't afford to live in Pacifica because, we've neglected to build housing for, 40 years in this town, as well as around the Bay Area. So that's why, Senator Scott Wiener and his team really put a lot of pressure on that, because it's just not me, it's, basically anybody, who's a, Generation X with kids, we're sad our kids can't even live here. So, we got to get on the stick and, build a lot of housing, of all kinds, affordable, market rate, and put them in the right places and improve the transit system, work with Caltrans and everybody, Caltrain and everybody, Samtrans to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. And I apologize if I'm mispronouncing. Michelle McEntee, please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name's Michelle McEntee. I live in the Manor District. I'm just worried about Pacifica's infrastructure the way it is now and absorbing all these new homes. But another comment I wanted to make is I was hoping that all the sites would be zoned mixed income. I'm a little bit worried that some of the sites are just zoned low income, particularly the Department of Public Works and the 24-hour fitness. And my main concern there is that the builder will come in and just focus on function and not aesthetics of the building. So it may end up just being an eyesore. And two, that the maintenance won't be proactive. It'll more likely just be done when something's falling apart. I just, I don't want, it'd be better if there was mixed income in there, because then that would be less likely to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. So Ken Miles, followed by Suzanne Moore, and then Kirk Miller. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you for having this study session. Ken Miles at Valleymore. I'd like to start with a little history. Pacifica was founded in 1957, 21,000 people. Today, 75 years later, we have we about doubled that, about 40 some odd thousand people. And with the addition of 1,900 homes, probably going to have another 5,000 or 6,000, 7,000 people. So we have to worry about the infrastructure of our highways and how dense our living is going to be versus what we have now. I want to give you a little history because I think we painted ourselves in a corner over the long period of time since I've been here, since 75. Well, it started off with the Hillside Preservation District in 1972, which I know has an impact on what's going on now. We might want to take a look about that in the thing. Pacifica is probably 90% hills and valleys. And then you have the ocean, that area that you can't build on, so you've got very limited space to build, so it's going to drive up your density. Then in 1978, we had Prop 13, plus or minus. It helped take money away from the cities, but it also had an impact on housing. Then we had the Growth Control Ordinance, 1982. That had a definite situation, and that's one of the things that perhaps you, this Planning Commission, and Council can look at to see if it's going to have an impact on what you're doing today. And then 1985, the city planning director at the time took an emergency ordinance and decided to merge a lot of lots in Pacifica that were under common ownership which took a major amount of housing off the market. And I think that has a major impact right now, maybe up to 1,000 homes. So if you had a 50 by 100-foot lot and you had a 25-foot 100 lot next to it, and it was substandard, they put it together so there's only one house could be built. So I think you ought to take a look at that. And then the planning director at that time decided to take the houses that were in HPD, the R1 lots, and make them into R1H lots, making it more difficult to build. You've got to take all of this in consideration, and Pacifica is like that today. And I also noticed with the high density that you have the quarry in your plans. It appeared to me on the map up there. You have to go to a vote of the people for that if you're going to put housing in there, because I mean any other kind of housing. So just wanted to bring that up, and I hope you do study all that stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne Moore?
Good evening, Suzanne Moore from the Manor, and thank you for this housing element draft, which contains several really excellent points. I especially appreciate your needs assessment, which alerts us to many issues facing our neighbors. And I think the city has missed an important goal, although I hesitate to say this, Christian, but one important goal we should include is to assist our unhoused to permanent housing and keep our currently housed folks in their homes. There are 1,630 extremely low-income households in Pacifica. 31% of all households in Pacifica are cost burdened. They spend more than 30% of income on housing, or severely cost burdened, spending more than 50%. Rental prices increased by 61.5% from 2009 to 2019, and Pacifica rents have increased at higher rates than both the county and the region, and with fewer affordable rental units on the market. Many of our neighbors are currently at risk of losing their housing. Their needs are urgent, and our efforts should be immediate. As a community, we can make commitments that will make a difference, and we need to adjust our timelines to address our acute needs. So first is to plan for a program to provide transitional housing for our unsheltered, especially by next winter. Adopt urgent ordinances to close loopholes to displacement. And although I'm hearing some comments on this, but I think immediately working to develop a housing action fund to better participate in projects for low-income housing preservation and nonprofit development. 25% of the REIT numbers can be met, and although I understand that is a difficult process, I'm pretty certain I heard that the specialists are willing to help communities with that process. And both HIP Housing and HEART recommended a housing action fund. At a webinar last fall, HIP Housing gave an example of how an in lieu fee for a single unit purchased a number of existing low-income housing converted to deed restricted. I'm aware that our city is understaffed and we may need to reprioritize to address these goals in the next year. I want to challenge our council to really think about the needs of their community right now and reprioritizing, because there are folks in our community who would be really traumatized if they lost their homes, be put in grave financial difficulties, a disruption of school and work, and loss of important social support. And if we fail to meet this challenge, that would be really tragic, so we should try to do it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Kirk Miller, followed by Tom Olson. Those are the cards I have in my hand, as I see that others seem to be filling them out in the back. If you wish to comment, please fill out a yellow card in the back, and staff will bring them up to us. Go ahead, Mr. Miller. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, as the mayor mentioned, my name is Kirk Miller. I'm a planning and development consultant. My Pacifica client is Rockaway Highlands, who own 2.5 acres on Coast Highway north of Fassler and directly north of the Lutheran Church.
You can make sure you're speaking directly in the microphone, please. Thank you.
Got it now? Did you hear my? Okay. My client has been working on this site for several years. They made sort of a false start and retained me to have a fresh look at the project. I've gone through all kinds of calculations and it could take anywhere from 75 to 150 units, depending on the size of the units and whether or not we go for any bonus, density bonuses by putting in more affordable housing. And just parenthetically, because Lutheran Church is next door to us, they own an acre of land that's zoned for high density, and they haven't made any commitments yet, but we're looking on how we might work together for sharing access and things of those nature. I did put this project into staff, and I believe it got to Good City, but it appeared to inadvertently, I believe, be left off the list of vacant, private, higher density sites. You know, there's a specific place for vacant sites, more than 5 units, and there are only like 4 or 5 projects there that have come from, I'm not sure where, they said they looked at various vacant sites and put them in there, and my client has requested that their site be put in there, so it's at least recognized by the city that it is an available vacant site where there is a desire to develop it, and therefore, I'm not sure why it is not yet. So I think it's inadvertent. And the city clerk has 20 packages like this with all the details on it. So I hope that city staff will look at it again. Counselors and consultants will look at it as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Tom Olson, and that's the last card I have in my hand. Once again, if anyone wishes to fill out a card in the back and bring it up, we'll call on you to speak. If you're watching on the telephone or the live stream, please dial 650-898-6965, conference ID 383-609-442#, and press star 5 to raise your hand. Go ahead, Mr. Olson. Please state your name for the record.
My name's Tom Olson. I live on Paloma Avenue near Oceana High School. Number one, I was kind of wondering who subsidizes low-income housing? Does Pacifica do that? That's just a question. I'm putting it out. I just wasn't sure on that. Also, I'm concerned about the Oceana High School site. I've lived in the area for 48 years, and I'm thinking, I think they've talked about 300 units for Oceana High School, which is close to doubling our little canyon area. And I'm thinking if they had 300 units and 600 cars, we already have Oceana pool and soccer field that play on weekends or week evenings, and it just seems like there's an awful lot of traffic that's going to be coming through there. Infrastructure, there's only really of the area about one exit going down to Oceana Boulevard. A lot of cars then, and basically I'm just worried about Oceana High School. I think there's overbuilding, it seems to me, for that small area. And the students that run by there and walk by there, it could be a concern. If too much, I don't know. Thank you. I just wanted to put up my 2 cents on Oceana site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. So I don't have any other cards at this time, though if you're in the audience, you're welcome to fill out a card in the back. Staff will bring it up and we'll call on you. Sarah, do we have any call-ins?
Mayor Bigstick, I'm not seeing any callers at this time.
Once again, if you're watching at home, please press star 5 to raise your hand and we will call on you. I'll give you an extra minute. I know there's sometimes a time delay.
There are still none for call-in comments.
Okay, so we see no raised hands on the phone line, and I don't have any cards in my hand. If anyone wishes to spontaneously jump up and speak, now is the time. And if not, then I will close the public comment period and bring it back to commission and council. We got a jumper, yay.
Hi, my name is Dan Brezak. I'm up on Malagra up here in Pacific Manor. And I just would, I'm a little concerned. I haven't heard anything about design functions or if it's anything, you know, if these buildings are going to fit in with the marine environment or anything like that. I've seen a few buildings in the city lately that are kind of depressing. For instance, down Rockaway, that new hotel, I don't know who okayed it, but it's in the prettiest part of town, or one of them, and it just destroyed the ambiance there. And if that's what we're going to get, I'm just saying that that's not what we want. New developments should add to the town, not decrease from it. And so that's another little thing. If we're saying that these new developments are so that our children and grandchildren, whatever, don't have to leave town, right? They want to stay here. Well, is there any action where these new houses will be made more available to, if you were born in Pacifica or went to school in Pacifica, you know, such and such? Is it, or even in San Mateo County, or is this, are we just going to attract a whole bunch of other people from a whole bunch of other places and not really achieve our goal of keeping our families here? Anyway, I hope we do a good job.
We'll endeavor to do our best. If you'd be so kind as to fill out one of those yellow cards, we'd appreciate it. Please, come on up and just state your name for the record, please.
Thank you. My name is Albert Romero, and I live, and thank you, Chris Murdoch, for doing such a hard job. I know it's kind of a difficult job, but I just want to say a word about Oceana High School. As far as, you know, south and north Sharp Park area, it seems like the only place if you didn't want to risk your life at the beach to fly a kite, Oceana High School is a really good open space. Even if there is, you know, soccer and the swim meets over there, it's still a nice place where a lot of people recreate from all over. So if you're a kid or something and you're in this whole area and you don't want, and you know that there's a high tide, you can't go on the beach because this beach is, you know, it's pretty dangerous. That's the only flat area where you can basically be and play as a kid or fly a kite or, you know, run your dog or, you know. It just seems like that's the only area that is free for somebody to do something like that because everything else is built up. So basically, my comment is that I'm totally against anything being built at Oceana High School. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romero.
Mayor Big Stick, I do see two callers with hands raised at this time. The first caller is last four digits, extension 7411, followed by caller with the last four digits 9309. I'm going to go ahead and allow the caller with extension 7411 to unmute by pressing *6. And once you unmute caller 7411, please state your full name for the record.
And I will tell you when there's 1 minute left on the clock.
Hello, everyone. My name is Angela Wilson, and I live in East Sharp Park neighborhood. I wanted to echo comments already mentioned regarding Oceana High School. Our neighborhood acknowledges the need for housing, but we would like to stress our concerns over potential housing development on any school campuses, and in our case, at Oceana High School. There are so many reasons building on a school campus is not ideal. For instance, there'd be additional traffic. There's actually 3 schools in close proximity: Good Shepherd, IBL, and Oceana High. There would also be impact on wildlife and environmental impact. There would also be parking implications for the neighborhood and for events like games, swim meets. So those are just a few reasons on why not to build at Oceana High. Our neighborhood truly hopes the city council members, commissioners, and any decision makers will take our feedback into consideration and remove Oceana High School from the list of potential development sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Caller with the last four digits at 9309. Please press *6 to unmute. State your name for the record, and I will let you know when you are at the 1 minute mark. Sarah, are they able to unmute?
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My name's Cliff Lawrence. I submitted a response which dealt with the numbers that I was working with and in the categories that you have. And the question that seemed to beg is that by the numbers, somebody with moderate income in this community wouldn't be able to buy anything much larger than an ADU. I really question whether any Pacifican who isn't in very high incomes above 200,000 can buy, another residence in this area today. So that begs the question, just what do we do with that, those categories and those dollar amounts? Because I don't see how we can find any reality for that. All it seems to suggest that we are on a path to gentrification, and there's no other real possibility. Now, I do see a few projects on the line that are going in for the smaller areas, and that will hopefully, reduce the cost. 1,600 feet is about what the city averages is from the data I've been able to acquire. But a lot of this development is way above that, and that's why I'm saying it really is. It's not housing for Pacificans, it's housing for people in other communities who have AMIs even higher than ours. I saw this happen in Sacramento, where we got to a point where
1 minute.
The cost of average housing exceeded the average income of people in Sacramento. So I just caution that that's where we're going, and the other thing that I want to support is that with any public property, we want to see that go to be reserved for low income and not just a percentage of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Do we have any other callers on the line?
Mayor Big Stick, the caller with extension 3365 had their hand raised at one point and is not raised at this time. So we'll give the caller with the last four digits, that hand has been raised. So we'll go ahead and allow them to unmute with *6.
Hello, my name is John Contrabecki, and I represent clients who are in application with 3 projects totaling 187 units. The 3 projects are not listed in Exhibit F to the draft housing element, and I have written to the planning department and asked them to be included. And I just wanted to make you aware that there are more sites out there that could be potentially developed for residential that are not shown in the draft planning document presented this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Contrabecki. Are there any other callers?
No other callers with hands raised.
Anyone else in the audience wish to speak? closing public comment then and bring it back to council and commission. I'd like to start by asking questions off of what the community was concerned with before taking the deeper dive into the document. Unless somebody else took closer stock, I'll go through the list and, okay. So the first one I heard was a concern after mixed income levels rather than like purely low income. If you tracked that, could you maybe answer to that concern?
I apologize, Mayor. I missed the first part of your question.
So I believe the commenter, if I understood correctly, was concerned that there are places where it's either high income or low income, and that it might be more useful to do a mixed income sort of a. Why did we not do that, or might it not be a good idea to do that?
So if I understand the comment as it was intended, I think the concern is, the projects that were identified in the sites, or the projects that would result from the sites as they're identified would be all of one income type. For example, 100% lower income units, or 100% above moderate income units, which is the highest income level. The reality is probably somewhere in between for a lot of projects. So to start, it's very difficult to construct 100% affordable lower income housing projects. They're too few and far between to meet Pacifica's low income housing needs. And so the reality is we're not likely necessarily to see enough of those projects actually be built. Where they are, they're small victories for those that try to get them approved and constructed. The reality is that many of the projects on sites that are identified in the list may come in at above moderate or mixed income level. And what I mean by that is for these projects, they're likely to be subject to the city's inclusionary zoning ordinance, which means for projects with 8 or more units, at least 15% of those units need to be set aside for lower income individuals. So even for a project that's intended to be all higher income, if it's large enough, 8 or more units, which the vast majority of these housing sites are, those projects would have to have at least 15% affordable housing units. So sort of by default, they would have a mixed level of income. Within that, there's no requirement that someone living in those units has a high income. It's just saying that they're not affordable for lower income people necessarily. But people have all different sorts of, personal financial situations. Just because your income isn't particularly high doesn't mean you don't have savings or, family inheritance or family support. And so the reality is these projects, ultimately have people in all different types of circumstances, mixed with all different types of income levels. And so that's likely to be the outcome for the sort of traditional project that might result. I do also want to take the opportunity to clarify that the housing element does not specify the only places in Pacifica where housing can be built. Certainly our general plan would allow housing in many more places in Pacifica on many more properties than are identified in the sites list. The housing element in large part is a compliance document where we have to demonstrate we have at least a certain number of sites for a certain number of housing units of a certain type of housing. And so this is a subset of where housing would ultimately be allowed in the general plan, but not every and all places where housing may be permitted. And so if a site, for whatever reason, is excluded from the housing element, it may still be allowed to pursue a housing project if the general plan allows a residential use. And that's the case for a number of the sites that were referred to by various commenters. And so I did want to clarify that for the record.
So just because, for example, we're identifying the Caltrans lot on Lindemar as a lower income capacity, that doesn't necessarily mean that's where it's going to definitely land if it gets developed.
Christian, let me jump in here. The point of why the state requires us to account for the lower income in the way we do is because it's setting a higher bar to achieve. It's easy to say, it's easier to say that's a site on the inventory and meet all of the state's requirements. But the bar is higher for low-income projects because it has to be that much more attractive, it has to be that much more possible to develop. So the minimum requirements of a site that's included on the low income is just saying it has enough area, it has enough permitted density, and several other sorts of metrics like that make that a candidate to potentially be developed as low income, whereas some of the other sites that aren't included on the list at all would be harder. It would be harder to make that case. There's in this process, something being in the low income does not prohibit it from being a market rate. Other policies might make it inclusionary to some extent, but being on low does not mean only low would go on that site.
That clarifies it quite well, thank you. And just to reiterate and catch me if I'm a little off, it sounds like what we're essentially doing is saying, state, these are the places where we think it could go, not we're locking it into this definitely. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. We had a couple of callers who had concerns that their potential sites were left out of our analysis. One was the Rockaway Highlands, and I don't know that the other caller specified, I think off of Lindemar. But was there a reason why these various sites were left out of the inventory?
So again, the housing element doesn't need to identify every place that housing can be located. Some of these sites, and I don't want to be specific to any hypothetical site unless you force me to be, but several of them potentially didn't meet the criteria of the community values that were shared with us in terms of hillside locations and the desire to try to minimize housing development on those sites. And so while other policies may allow housing development, as mentioned earlier, the city, is endorsing that housing is appropriate at typically higher density levels when a site is included in the housing element. And so we're doing this again for compliance to demonstrate, lower income and other types of housing can be built on certain sites. And so they don't necessarily need to be included in order to comply with those criteria. And again, it has nothing to do with the potential to develop a housing project. The general plan outside of the housing element in the land use element does that.
And certainly, I believe you stated before that just because something wasn't included here doesn't mean it can't be developed on the one hand, and on the other hand, the point of the exercise really is to take the criteria of the state and as clearly as we can demonstrate how we can satisfy the state's urge.
That's right. So there's no harm to include more sites if that's what the council wants to do. If there's guidance on any particular site, we would ask that it be just that to allow us to go back and put it through the screening criteria, see if it holds true to the community's priorities and values for housing sites. And if it does, and the council, and the commission, prompts us to include it and evaluate it, we can certainly do that. But those are the reasons in large part that the sites were not included.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
I didn't know if we're doing lights, there just aren't very many. I have a question. I'm going to try to make it brief, but probably won't. I'm thinking about the sites that we identified that are potentially available for us to acquire from Caltrans. Potentially available. We don't control it necessarily. So we have that to, a whole process around that, and that takes time and all of that. I'm also, I won't be able to find it, but noted a statement that said, if we are not able to develop housing as proposed in certain area, then we need to find more housing in the other areas to accommodate that amount of housing. In other words, the 1,892 units of housing doesn't go down on our plan just because we can't acquire Caltrans land. The Caltrans properties added up to something like 200 units. And, say
284.
284, thank you, Sue. So that means, let's say those don't happen. Then we need to find a place for that many more units. And one way, if I understand it, I'm asking the question now, is that may come in the form of greater density or the intensity of the property. So referring back to the slide that Councilmember Bowles, I think, was talking about, where it showed visual images of what that looks like. And now, tying to Planning Commissioner Hauser's earlier comment about objective standards. So, we heard public comment about what it's going to look like, the quality of the construction. I have concerns about, with RENA in general, about units versus bedrooms effectively. A lot of little tiny, junior studios, each of which counts as one, versus enough housing appropriate for a family, let's say. And so with specific regard to this objective standards issue, how detailed do we get in that, in this plan, or in what document? Where does that come in, recognizing that it doesn't fit in with the character of the neighborhood is not an objective standard? So, but heights, densities, how it looks, I mean, I don't understand how we translate into this plan a way to keep our community looking like Pacifica looks. That was a long-winded statement with a question buried in the middle.
So the answer simply is it'll be very challenging, but there are tools that we have. The objective standards are very important. And whereas, you could have a few sort of guideposts, if you will, in the old way of planning and use the subjective, community character sort of process to shape a project, you have to do more work up front and do hard work and do your best to use objective standards to result in the types of development that are desirable and reflective of the community. You can get much of the way there, but frankly, not all of the way there. The good news is many of the, I shouldn't say many necessarily, but some of the state laws do allow a design review process to remain a part of the review process. It's just saying you're on notice, city. If they comply with the objective standards, you can perform some design review, but you're not going to be able to use that as the basis to deny a project. So there's still some room to maneuver in many cases. And I would say, in my experience, developers will want to work with the city if the city's reasonable. So if we're not using design criteria and materials requirements and objective standards to circumvent the intent of these laws to get housing built, but if we do a good faith effort to try to design quality buildings, most developers are going to go along with it, work with the city to get their project approved, and not have to litigate with the city, which is very expensive. It takes a long time. It's in everyone's best interest in most cases to reach a compromise. So I'm confident that we can achieve good quality buildings. But on the front end, with the objective standards, we have a lot of hard work to do. And that's part of that heavy lift of the rezoning program that I referred to earlier.
Thank you.
Go for it.
Actually, that kind of triggered a question. So thank you, Councilmember Beckmeyer. So getting deeper into objective standards and then also understanding that this housing element is effectively a volume attached to the general plan, where the general plan, we do classify some subjective standards. Can you please speak to kind of how everything will remain consistent, given that we have some subjective standards in the general plan? This housing element is a part of the general plan.
Sure. So the general plan, as it's adopted today, includes a number of subjective policy type broad brush statements, as general plans often do. But it does include a number of objective standards in terms of densities, in some cases policies about height or particular sites and objective characteristics and criteria. And so there is a framework and floor area ratio and so on that there's sort of an envelope, if you will, But really where the key work is in the zoning to implement the general plan. That's where the objective standards will be implemented and operationalized. And to Councilmember Beckmeyer's question, you can get very specific, but we can't go so far, again, that we're either using those to circumvent the intent of the objective standards, which is to provide a path and clarity for developers. And we also need to be mindful through the HCD review lens and critical review and scrutiny that we can't create barriers to housing production because our objective standards are overly burdensome. So we have to walk a fine line and strike a good balance. And so, again, that's part of the hard work that we have to do. But the council, very well may have the discretion to say, we think, maximum, unit sizes and bedroom counts are appropriate in one area, and, some number of minimum, bedroom and unit counts to assure a variety of mixes, in another area. So we still have a lot of local control, but what these state laws say is you have to do the work. You can't just willy-nilly say, I feel this is a great project for the community character in this neighborhood. You've got to put it in writing and do proper planning, and that's what we're setting out to do in this process.
If I could add on, I just want to underscore two things Christian previously said. With respect to objective development standards, this is obviously a big project that a lot of jurisdictions are going through, and a lot of jurisdictions are at different points. So this is another one where you can look to see what other jurisdictions have been doing. I guess I would say, with respect to objective development standards, one of the things that can get you to some more quality architecture, like upper level step backs and building facade articulation, kind of the way you can test for yourself, or I test for myself in this case, is whether or not it's an objective standard. Could any two commissioners disagree on this? Or would commissioners always come to the same conclusion and the same interpretation of that, or at least under reason? And so you can think of all sorts of ones, like 40% of a street, if it's facing a commercial street, it has to be glass, or, you can start to really come up with some, but it's a different quality. And I wanted to also underscore what Christian said about moving the discretion up front. The opportunity to have discretion and to retain control of a lot of the visual and physical environment requires a significant investment up front, which is in addition to, we include it here, but it is in addition to all of the other rezoning that would be necessary to just get the units there. So that's already a very large tranche of work. This would be important, we highlight it as important, but it's yet more work. And with respect to all of this capacity, it's a lot of work. And if that's going to happen effectively, and it's going to translate not from just an exercise on paper, but to actual homes being built for people, it's going to require a significant investment. And that doesn't just mean staff capacity, it means money to make the housing happen too. So there's only so much control that staff or that you can have to influence what gets built beyond what you can plan for if at the end of the day it's the money.
And just to add on briefly, we can talk about zoning and rezoning and zoning amendments generally. It's really important, though, to think about our obligation back to Councilmember Bowles' 1-year deadline question. Mm-hmm. That's sort of a minimal level of zoning and general plan amendments to enable housing to be built. That doesn't necessarily need to be all of the detailed objective standards and other refinement. In a perfect world, in a 3-year rezoning timeline, probably we could accomplish that as a package. In a 1-year deadline world, we're going to be doing, a 2-part or a 3-part process. Part 1, minimal rezonings for density and height and so forth to allow the housing to happen. Part 2, some number of objective standards, and then perhaps a part 3 is revisiting and revising or further refining those. So multi-step process, we won't be sort of able to do it all in one fell swoop in this instance.
Understood, thank you.
Commissioner Hauser.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a lot of thoughts, so I'm going to try to not be discombobulated about this. So I'll try to rein it in. But Objective standards, I think, are extremely important, and I think an example of where we as Pacifica have done a really good job with them was on the Sharp Park specific plan, right? That specific plan has objective standards baked into it. What happened with that specific plan was an enormous effort, like a years-long effort with time that we don't have right now, but an enormous effort by staff and council and the Planning Commission to go through every site, every large site, small sites that were important, to go site by site to actually figure out what those objective standards are. The definition of objective legally, and I'll let the city attorney correct me if I'm wrong here, but it's a little scary. If staff comes to us with a recommendation and says this meets our objective standards, and then we say it doesn't, now that's a subjective standard, and via case law, the project is probably approved. So I think we need to be extremely sure about what we want to do. We absolutely need housing. We're in a housing crisis. We need to meet our arena numbers. We should get this done quickly, to Councilmember Bowles' point. But I think that there's an onus on us as a group to go site by site with maybe another one of these very quickly, because that's not what we're doing today. We're not going site by site. But I think it's really important to look at the 40, I don't quite remember what the number is, but to go through every single one, to go through Fairmont and Seabowl and Valleymar Station and all of these places, because once these become part of the housing element, an SB 330 application will be filed. And that's different than builder's remedy. That's just a developer doing what's already allowed now, with or without objective standards. So I have some thoughts on certain things in this draft document that I think will make it a lot easier for us to do that site-by-site analysis. But my feeling is we absolutely have to have a map for how and when we get the objective standards, and we need to have another joint session where we go site by site, because we are not talking about Oceana or Terra Nova or all those things today, and they deserve the attention.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Commissioner Godwin.
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions. We recently looked at the short-term rental ordinance, and how does that impact the plan? Are we building units that are attractive as short-term rentals? Are we building units that are, are we looking at units that are intentionally not so attractive as short-term rentals? Are we replacing some short-term rental units with new housing? And that's question one. My other question is, I noticed we didn't look at any annexations of lands on the periphery of the city that might make it easier to meet these goals if we did a project that was partly in the city and part in an adjacent parcel. Did you consider that, or is that outside the scope?
Thank you, Commissioner Godwin. To your first question, we recognized short-term rentals as a potential impact to the housing stock, but we do recognize that the City Council has enacted a cap on short-term rentals of 150 citywide. So while there's a little bit of room, for additional short-term rentals, to be initiated in Pacifica, there's already a ceiling to that, and so it's difficult to prohibit them from any current or future hypothetical housing unit. But overall, in terms of an impact on the housing stock, we're not setting up the conditions for, entire new buildings to be approved as housing and converted to short-term rentals within the context of the 150 short-term rental cap. So I feel pretty good that, the impacts to potential future housing from short-term rentals are relatively limited. To your second question, we did not specifically explore annexation of new territory as a strategy for finding sites. Areas within the city's sphere of influence, which are those outside of the city and unincorporated area that have a reasonable potential to develop, in the midterm, those are all steep hillside areas that are not, in alignment with the community's values for where significant numbers of new housing units should be built. And in fact, in the general plan that was enacted, those boundary areas in the sphere of influence were indicated for very, very low intensity development. In many cases, 1 unit per 10 acres. And so it would be a significant paradigm shift and a new set of values that the council would have to direct for this process to go out and actually look at those areas given their their topographical characteristics primarily.
Commissioner Leal.
Thank you. Testing, testing.
Not yet.
Move the desk one.
I'll try to get close. It's plugged in. All right. So a couple questions and a comment, I think. First question actually goes back to the staff presentation and the mention of considerations that went into developing this this document. The one I have a question on is the coastal hazards comment there, and what basically there's not much reference in the housing element document around coastal hazards. So I was curious as to, is the LCLUP the driving policy which kind of influences what goes into the housing element? That's my first question.
So first, to clarify, the applicable local coastal land use plan, or LCLUP, or local coastal program, LCP, the terms are sometimes used interchangeably, is the 1980 local coastal land use plan, which does not specifically include any hazards analysis maps of the sort that I'm referring to. You are correct that the coastal hazard map that was used for these planning purposes in the housing element is the one that was included in the LCLUP update approved by City Council in February 2020. So while it doesn't have legal effect because it hasn't yet been certified by the Coastal Commission, by and large, the technical methodology for the analysis is sound, and it's a useful product for planning purposes. And to be conservative and forward-looking, I would certainly anticipate that even if we were sitting here today with a certified LCP amendment update, the Coastal Commission would place great emphasis on that map and would discourage intensification of housing in the coastal hazard area. So it was the reflection of that reality, A, good quality analysis in the hazard map, and B, the practical reality of fast forwarding to having to certify any intensification, that we opted in our process to exclude those types of sites from the sites inventory.
Okay, and that was kind of my second follow-up question there. So all the sites currently in the document are not in coastal hazard zones based off that document?
That's correct.
Okay. So thanks, that was my first kind of group of questions. My second one is, if I'm not mistaken, most, if not all, the sites are vacant, quote-unquote vacant sites, except for maybe, well, the city courtyard. And my question revolves around the Sharp Park specific plan and the in-progress zoning proposal changes, and how perhaps zoning changes with building heights or other zoning changes for existing buildings within a Sharp Park specific plan, they could also increase housing in this geographic area. And was there a reason why we didn't include those in the housing element plan and that document?
Yes. So first I want to clarify, we have a great number of developed sites in the housing element sites list. We have, unfortunately, too few undeveloped sites. That would make our lives a lot easier in terms of site selection and review with HCD. So, there are relatively few quote-unquote vacant or undeveloped sites in the sites inventory. With respect to the Sharp Park specific plan, that plan, just like the citywide, LCP update, is not yet certified by the Coastal Commission, and so there's some level of speculation, particularly as to the timing of when that could occur. Our broader LCP amendment update process has been pending with the Coastal Commission since February of 2020. So when we're thinking about an 8-year planning period and we're already, 3 years into the broader update process, I don't have great hope that those land use designation changes in the Sharp Park specific plan may necessarily be certified in time to have real effect. So we didn't want to put too much stock into those in terms of required sites. That said, one option is to choose to include them. What we are obligated to do is everything within the city's control, and we've done that with respect to the Sharp Park specific plan, and we will be expected by HCD to work diligently towards certification of the Sharp Park specific plan, but they recognize that's beyond the city's control, so that is a potential. The second component of that is my comments earlier about the housing element doesn't specify everywhere that housing can be built. So if and when the Sharp Park specific plan is certified and it takes effect, that will be new capacity in many places that the city worked very hard with the Planning Commission and Council to create for a variety of reasons. So it gets back to sort of the two fundamental obligations related to housing sites. The first obligation to plan, that's where the site's identification, and the second component is to report on the actual approvals of housing projects. And so regardless of whether the site's in the housing element site inventory on the planning side of it, if and when specific plan capacity comes online and hopefully our policies encourage and enable housing to be built, we can by all means count those units towards our accomplishment of our regional housing needs allocation. So I see it as sort of a win-win, under challenging circumstances, and certainly we could include those sites if that's the direction that's given, but those are the reasons we didn't at this time.
Commissioner Hauser.
Just a follow-up question on Commissioner Leal's question, and I apologize because you kind of answered it, but I'm re-asking it in a different way. So the general plan that we approved in July has 990 net new residential potential as what it said we could do. Why is that number not? Is it the answer that you just gave? It's like the same?
Not exactly. That requires a different, hopefully not too lengthy explanation. So it could be simple to just sort of try to equate general plan build out in the 2040 general plan with RENA and housing units and say, oh, well, we only have to do 1,000 more units. It's apples and oranges. As mentioned earlier, there are a lot of criteria that need to be satisfied, particularly for lower income housing units, to count in the housing element. In that general plan build out doesn't take any of those into account for the most part. Additionally, that's the 20-year build-out period of the general plan, not the 8-year planning period of the housing element. And so they're not really the same thing, even though they're both numbers of potential future housing units. But the good news is, again, with that capacity that's inherent in the 2040 general plan, if those units are realized as part of the build-out estimation, we can count them towards our satisfaction of the units. But you can't just easily pick those as our housing sites for the housing element, if that makes sense.
That was a really helpful explanation. Thank you.
Councilmember Bowles.
Two questions. One, I just wanted to follow up on another question from the public about whether there's any way we can give priority to Pacificans for our housing. I don't know if that's allowed. And then two is just a process question and timing. I have comments and questions throughout the document. I don't know if we're planning to go through chapter by chapter, so just a little clarification.
Thanks, we'll make the attempt, and I still have 2 more questions after yours because you asked one of the 3 that I had left, so.
I'm not an expert on residential preference, but generally speaking, there can be an ability to provide some type of preference to quote-unquote local residents, perhaps in city-owned property that's converted to housing, or a project where the city may have some leverage or interest where they can negotiate that as a term of the affordable housing project, for example. My understanding is it's very challenging, if not impossible, under fair housing laws to specify as locally as the city of Pacifica in terms of a current or affiliation, current residency or affiliation. But I do believe a county-wide preference, for example, like San Mateo County, may be a permissible level of preference that's given. I don't know if anyone else wants to supplement.
I might invite my colleagues. Sandy, would you like to? Okay, very good.
Yes, and I'll add to Director Murdoch's answer. As he noted, it is very difficult under fair housing laws to institute a preference program. And typically you only see these in, for example, affordable housing agreements or agreements where the city is a party. But we wouldn't be able to do that broadly through the housing element. It would just have to be for specific agreements, and then again, it would have to be in compliance with fair housing laws, which is difficult to implement.
And to put a little finer grain and supplement as needed, I think part of the issue with the fair housing laws is demographics. And so, are you structuring a policy such that it would be exclusionary to protected categories of people, right? So, if Pacifica's demographics were widely mismatched from the county, there could be a fair housing concern if we're excluding non-Pacificans who may be in protected categories through that local preference. So generalizing to a broader geography is one way to try to, work through that with a somewhat local but not overly specific or fair housing violative preference policy.
I'm thinking specifically about one thing that was identified as a need was housing for the disabled community in the north part of town, for example, that we have a lot of unmet need right now, and it would be great to put our own residents there first, if we could.
I might add to that point and to the fair housing components generally. One of the things that is a contemporary best practice is to look at, well, what's the impact on the community? Not so much prescribing a policy, but thinking about the programs that would actually reach the people who need it best. And a lot of that's, you can think about the way you might do outreach or promotion, and really, and in fact, part of the community outreach to develop the plan here was very intentional, proactive, meeting people where they're at, all of the community engagement best practices to really find people, using community intermediaries like religious institutions or food pantries that really work with the communities you're trying to reach to get actual impact. That's the impact you're getting. So a lot of times that it's not even necessary. It's different than trying to declare a preference up front, and it's a different set of tools you might bring to the table.
Commissioner Ferguson.
Thank you. I have a handful of site-specific questions that I think I'll save if we're going to revisit them, and I don't think there's time for all of our site-specific questions. My one broader question, we've done a lot of talking about timelines and workloads, but beyond identifying this list of potential sites, and I see a lot of sites here where the timeline from identifying a site to actually realizing a build there might be enormous, right, like an existing high school. Are there, once you've tackled the administrative and the zoning changes and we've got draft one of RENA through, approved by HCD, submitted, are there potential penalties for coming drastically short of completing or at least starting some large percentage of the 1892 number by 2031?
Is your question, what if we get through the process and we're basically on track, or we achieve certification, but then we scrap the housing sites we identified and pick
if
different
you
sites?
achieve all these goals, you complete all your rezoning by the first of, you complete all your rezoning, whatever CEQA is needed to get this entire process done, let's say by January 1, 2024, which seems unachievable, but let's say you do it. And then let's say the 8 years goes by and you've kind of put all the programs in place, you've put all the incentives out there, you've identified all the sites, and we build 200 new units in the next 8 years because the cost of construction is what it is. There's just no economic incentive. The City of Pacifica is not going to build 1,000 units. I'm not going to build 1,000 units. If nothing actually happens in a free market that we live in, are there potential penalties for the city under these laws that we're under the gun from?
I can only right now think of one consequence directly, and maybe others can supplement. One consequence of the housing units not actually being approved by the city is a law called SB 35. And so in situations where in a particular income category, the city has not kept up with the actual approval of units, it can trigger vulnerability to SB 35 applications. And what that means is in a location where there may be a discretionary review process for a housing project. If we're failing to meet our RHNA with actual approvals, that might allow a building permit only approval process. So, it's called a ministerial review process. So no discretionary review, no public hearing, no environmental review. Just if you qualify and you meet those objectives and the city's fallen short, you can come in and get a building permit. That's one consequence of failing to realize the RHNA. Perhaps there's others if the team wants to chime in.
During the next housing element process as well, just like this housing element, the city will have to track its progress, and as well their annual reports submitted to HCD. So in that next housing element, that would be something that would have to be considered, and that may have impacts on the review next time around and the numbers next time around. That might be something that our consultants can further comment on.
Yeah, I might add, the state has created, as you've likely heard, a housing accountability office to proactively look at really, the outcomes, the so what. Okay, you're 3 years in, seems like you found a different way to prevent housing from being built. You did your housing element, you got the thumbs up from HCD, but something isn't happening or we're seeing new constraints and you're not proactively dealing with those. The Housing Accountability Office can get involved, and perhaps the city attorney's office wants to speak to that.
Yes, and that I think would involve a case where, as noted, there's a perception that that there's something the city is doing that affects the ability to construct housing. However, if it's just the case that the market changes and it's just not constructed, that to a certain extent is out of the city's hands. As Director Murdoch noted at the beginning, the housing element doesn't require housing, and but the housing element is supposed to put the tools in place in order to make sure that the housing is constructed and that the zoning's in place and all of those things. But the city cannot mandate the construction.
But
It's
Commissioner
a
Ferguson,
requirement for due diligence and effort on behalf of the city, right? Because obviously we're not going to build the units.
right. So what I wanted to say is it's very important for the city to be a good actor and to act in good faith and to genuinely follow through on its obligations specified in the housing element and not work, behind the scenes to obstruct the process or impose new barriers. But in your hypothetical, you're saying we come to year 2031 and very little housing's been built. I contend we'll have some feedback from HCD earlier than that.
Where I'm coming from is more that construction, and particularly residential construction, is at maximum capacity right now. So if you ask every city in the Bay Area to add 10% to their housing stock, and there are no contractors, no laborers available to do any more work marginally to what they're doing now, you've created an unachievable goal. And there's not more people getting into the trades than ever before. So if you set this set of goals, my question was just if we fall physically short of the goal, but we've done every bit of due diligence we can, that there's not some funding or grant opportunities that are being restricted to us by actually falling short of the true completion of the task.
Not that I'm aware of. The consequence I'm concerned about is that sort of midpoint check-in, right? The scrutiny from HCD, the annual progress reports.
Sure.
They may suspect something's amiss, or even if it's not, hey, city, we want you to hit the accelerator even harder, do some other, mid-cycle process, right, or amendment. And who knows what that could be. That's an unknown that concerns me somewhat, not overly, because I'm confident the city will be a good actor and follow through, and we won't be in that position. But that's an unknown.
Specifically, as I've been having conversations with our state legislator friends, and they check in with us to say, hey, how's your housing element going? And I tell them, well, we're a little further behind than we'd like. The response I've been getting is, well, so long as you're making a good faith effort every step along the way, there may be forgiveness along the path, as opposed to apparently the road some other cities have been taking.
Sure.
Okay. So two questions left that I have from the community, to the best of my understanding, and the big one was Oceana. During the public outreach sessions we had, that was a very loud and clear, hey, Oceana. And, we have friends in the school district who we can ask these questions of, who are happy to tell us that right now they've got their hands plenty full with other housing needs that they're trying to get underway, and that they really haven't considered the Oceana site and really don't have any desire to in the near future, despite the fact that we are putting it on the list. That being said, I know that it's within our purview. If we wanted to take it off the list, we could. And what we've been hearing tonight is a lot of, we are trying to satisfy the need to demonstrate to the state that we're identifying the housing stock that would be required in order to satisfy the needs of our regional housing. Could you talk for a minute about the Oceana site specifically? And again, I've gotten feedback from the school district that at the present moment, they don't have any particular urge to look at that site and further ruffle the feathers of our community, and frankly, they're overloaded with their own things anyway. Why should we keep it in if it would be a good idea to?
Certainly. So first, I want to clarify some of the statements made in the public comments about the number of units proposed in the housing element. There have been various formulations of the concept for the site, to be fair, and perhaps some of them earlier were multiple hundreds of units. Where this draft housing element stands today is indicative of 134 units on the lower portion of the site off of Paloma, about a 5 to 5.5 acre portion of land at 30 dwelling units per acre. And so not 500 units or some much larger, more intensive project on the site. Additionally, it's indicated for an above market rate site, so not a 100% lower income housing project. It would include an assumed number of 20 lower income units, or 10 lower and 10 moderate under the city's inclusionary zoning. So overall, 134 units on a portion of the site. As to the question of, should it be removed or substituted? The issue is that given it's, in the above moderate category, we have the smallest buffer currently in that income category. I would strongly recommend that if the council were to remove it, we find suitable site or sites to offset the loss of units. We were hard pressed to find the number of what we believe are high quality sites that will meet HDD's criteria. Could we look beneath the couch cushions and find another site or two? Probably. It may force us to look at some of the sites where the property owners' representatives have asked us to include the sites. Look at those very carefully again. Maybe the site on Highway 1, adjacent to other mixed use, currently designated mixed use, might be a good additive, if not a substitute, but it won't get us all the way there at the current density. So we'd have a little bit of planning work, but if the desire is to remove them, you're really more than likely looking at a situation of offsetting that loss of units with sites someplace else. And one of the planning principles we had, as mentioned earlier, was to a certain extent equity or fair distribution throughout the city and not preferentially treating one neighborhood over the other. So this would shift the balance of 134 housing units someplace else in the city, and that's a policy question for the council.
And the point is well taken that, as you all were doing this very difficult work, and we're hard pressed to find the right balance of sites, this occurred as being one of those sites that naturally strikes the right balance. And so the community's feedback is well taken. I think what makes me comfortable with this site is hearing from our friends at the school district that the foreseeable future portains absolutely no interest on their part to take a deeper dive, and it would be a very long time if they ever came to the conclusion they might have wanted to. And that being said, again, apparently by virtue of the fact that it is what it is, where it is, it strikes a helpful balance in terms of our numbers, period. So thank you for that.
If I may, through the chair, I might add as well that this is a challenging time for school districts. And what we've seen in other jurisdictions is it's a dynamic game. There's new superintendents, there's change, there's new boards. As the city, you control land use decisions. It's good to have a plan in place. That's a backup plan. It's good to have an idea of what that might turn into, even if it isn't. Because Otherwise, the status quo is what's on the table, and that might not be what you want. So I think it's good to make an affirmative decision, kind of regardless of, not regardless, I mean, you should certainly take into account what the other public agencies' points of view are, but you can have your own point of view as well.
Councilmember Beer.
Oh, no, actually.
Commissioner Hauser.
Oh, thank you. I was going to ask for whenever this comes back, based on kind of what we just talked about with Oceana High School. So there are things in the document that I think would make this a lot easier to read. So one of them is on figures 2 and 3 where you have the blow-ups, actually naming the sites. But I think the other thing that's really missing is adding acreages to table 3 where you have the site inventory list so that you're not flipping back and forth between like page 200 and, you know, page 50. Because it's really hard to follow what's going on. So for example, Oceana High School is greater than 50 acres, but we only have 5.5 acres of assumed housing. But that's not what's reflected on the map. So it's like, you're kind of having to piece it together. And I think a developer looking at this in the future is going to be hard pressed to understand and may assume that they can make a proposal on a larger thing. So for example, Manor Shopping Center, which is I think site 27, is estimated to have a capacity of 76 units. And if you read page F12, it says the goal is to preserve the commercial and only use 2.35 acres of underutilized surface parking lot for housing. But the total site is 4.5 acres. If we pass the housing element as is, which I don't think anyone's talking about now, but without like mapping specifically where you guys are suggesting putting the housing, it would allow a developer to build 17 dwelling units per acre across the entire 4.5 acres instead of the 32 and change dwelling units per acre across the 2.35 that's intended. So I think also members of our community, when they're reading this document, see all of Oceana High School in orange. That's also very scary, right? So I think whenever this comes back to us, having just the portion that you specifically are intending on the map and then having the acreage, both like maybe the whole site acreage and then the intended housing inventory acreage, I think that would be very helpful in clarifying so that people are not trying to figure out what's going on.
Councilmember Bowles.
I just want to add just to the community at Oceana. I mean, I really like Commissioner Hauser's point of actually having a study session to talk more about the specific sites. But I just want to tell the community that we hear you, the traffic concerns, the games and parking and so forth. And those are things that can be designed into the project and making sure that there are fields left for kids and dogs to play and so forth. We're not necessarily building on every square inch of the site. And so we have an opportunity to listen and make sure the community is heard.
Commissioner Wright.
Yes, thank you. I had a quick question, Mr. Murdoch again. Could you talk a little bit how you weigh, balance, and prioritize the challenges of additional traffic, the lack of mass transportation, and the parking issue, like taking ADUs as an example, not requiring necessarily additional parking, what kind of impact that may have, and how it is that in this paperwork we are trying to get our arms around all of that and come to something that's beneficial for everyone.
Sure. So, no singular regulation, whether it's the housing element or other elements of the general plan or the zoning, will necessarily achieve all of the city's objectives when it comes to trying to come up with the best plan that balances, competing community interests, parking, traffic, what have you. These sites identified in the housing element, they wouldn't exist in a vacuum. If and when a project were to actually come through, it would be subject to the multitude of other city regulations. So those might include general plan policies about level of service, for a particular intersection or segment of roadway, or, other priorities about parking to the extent, that we can apply off-street parking requirements depending on the location. So Those factors, these sites would be developed sort of against the backdrop or the canvas or context of all of the city's applicable regulations, but we do need to take care to try to make as many of those objective standards as we can. And so that's, again, to the question of, how much work will it take? It will take a lot of work to try to anticipate what those community needs are and make sure we have general plan and zoning regulations in place to try to mitigate any, adverse outcomes that might result.
And one more short, quick question. Could you speak to the benefits of having very clear, well-defined rules around all these development projects to make it more attractive for people to actually build our housing needs?
Sure. So I think, my take on the state's attempts in recent years to change the way local agencies such as Pacifica review and approve housing projects is, one, to give some clarity to developers on the front end when they're trying to assess what can I actually build. So clarity and certainty is, one of the highest priorities for developers that are communicated to government agencies. I can do pretty much anything you want, but I need to know what you want me to build so I can figure out if it pencils out. The mystery, the black box of the local government review process is very problematic for housing developers in particular. On the other end, it's holding the city to account, right? And keeping the city honest in terms of saying, if you want this and I give it to you, you need to approve it. And so it helps the developer on the front end with their planning decisions, in terms of pursuing a project. And it also gives them some clarity and certainty through the city review process to actually get to that approval. So I think on both accounts, it's beneficial to a potential housing developer to have good, clear, objective development standards so they know what can be built and the city will actually approve it when they propose it.
Final community question I had written down, and forgive me if I miss one along the way. Who subsidizes low-income housing?
Not enough people, I think, to actually build enough of it. We have experts on our team that can provide a fuller answer, but there are state and federal financial incentives, primarily low-income housing tax credits and other big pots of money, so to speak, allocated through various tax sources or bond funding sources at the state level. And Sandy Council can provide a better explanation than that.
Ms. Council, welcome.
Yes, thank you. So I recently retired as a housing manager in the city of San Mateo, so I've worked on a number of these projects with the nonprofit developer community. And typically, financing an affordable housing project takes many, many sources of funds. There's these low-income tax credits that Christian mentioned. That's a very, very, very powerful and helpful source. And a lot of any sizable project over the 25 or 30 units is probably going to try to get those. There's lots of state programs. Sometimes cities have their own money. That's very helpful. Obviously, Pacifica doesn't, but that's one of the things that's on your proposed program is to try to get a fund so that you could help projects that come. The county has money. There's just, most of the projects that I've worked on had 4 to 8 funding sources, so it really does take a lot to put all of that together. But the affordable housing developers in the Bay Area are very sophisticated and very smart, and they do try to put that together.
And, in addition, yes, local agencies can sometimes accrue money through, in lieu fees, for example, for housing projects or commercial or industrial development. That takes development in the first instance to generate those, and that's just lacked across the board in Pacifica, and particularly of the size that would generate those kinds of fees. And so this sort of is attempting to reset the equilibrium with higher densities and more units in projects that might trigger more of those funding sources. And another important but hard to find source as well is land. So local agencies can donate land as a non-cash subsidy to projects. But again, Pacifica has relatively scarce land holdings outside of permanently protected open space. And so we're not sort of financially or land rich in the sense that it's easy for us to facilitate affordable housing development with a direct contribution.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Avalos.
One more of the public comments said that we included the quarry in this, and the quarry is not included. One piece on the side, it's the Caltrans right-of-way at the quarry, and that is one of the very few pieces in here that would be in Coastal Commission jurisdiction. So, but it is not the quarry.
Could you?
No, let's go. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, sensitive to time, I wanted to check in with everybody first to see if we need a 5-minute before we proceed or if everyone's good to go. Okay. So we'll take a 5-minute recess and we'll reconvene, let's say at 8:45.
Yes.
8:51 p.m. So, I thought we might take a stab at going through section by section, but on the other hand, I'm not sure if that will satisfy the needs of staff in terms of the direction we're supposed to give. So, will that approach work for you, Director Murdoch, or would you rather we look at specific questions on the outset, or?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Big Stick. We are here to support the council and the commission's preferred way to work through the document and to get the questions and the input that you want to provide. I do want to offer you 3 overarching questions that would really guide the type of feedback that we need. Are the housing sites reflective of the community's values? We went to great lengths to try to reflect the feedback we received through the general plan update, through the Home for All, through the Sharp Park specific plan, and housing elements specific outreach. Those criteria and values that the community expressed, we try to effectuate them in the site selection, but you are the decision makers of the city for this particular document, and so we need validation if the sites are reflective of those values. Secondly, we need similar feedback on the programs and whether they address relevant issues and needs. There's the required data analysis that we undertook, to satisfy HCD's requirement and to show our work in the document. But you are representatives of the community. You know the community better than anybody, certainly better than HCD does. So do our programs address the relevant housing issues and needs? There are some that we must address, but there may be other or better ways to address them, or there may be needs that aren't stated. And then lastly, is the order and priority for the programs appropriate? We did mention earlier that the rezoning component is a critical and likely needs to be the first implementation activity upon adoption of the housing element. But there is some flexibility in the others, and so getting some feedback on what are your top priorities among the lists of those action items and programs so that we can shape the timeline in the document as well as begin thinking about the resourcing and planning about how to carry out the document. So if it's helpful, I can keep the questions up. And if you need me to go to particular visuals, such as the site's maps or what have you, I can toggle back and forth. Thank you.
That would be perfect, and I think if we do go through chronologically, we will answer these questions as we go. I know that as I went through, I kind of had dribs and drabs and minor typos, and so if there's no dissent, I think that's the direction we'll go. Good? Good.
I'd rather go over the sites.
Well, that's question 1, validation on the sites.
Okay.
But I mean, what do you mean? Oh, sorry.
I think Councilmember Vaterlaus was suggesting we go straight to the sites and start looking at those first. I'm open to preferences.
Tonight? All of them?
I feel like the policies are harder, actually. Might want to do those before we get too sleepy.
I mean, so for whatever it's worth, and I know I said this earlier, I think that, again, we did a really good job with the Sharp Park specific plan by kind of slogging through. And I think, sometime very soon, like in early April, we come back and we go through all of the sites, site by site, especially once maybe some of the analysis that I just suggested about like the acreages and understanding them and making them more understandable to the community. I think we should answer this first question in greater detail at a separate meeting.
If we go site by site, are there issues of recusals for individual members that would come up?
Yeah, I think part of the concern with diving down too deeply into like particular site planning considerations could verge into that territory. And so, thinking programmatically, as the document's structured is sort of the discussion we're prepared to have tonight. Also, just, as the council and the commission might be thinking about a subsequent engagement process, we really hope that is paired with direction to submit the document to HCD, largely in its current form with other modifications you might direct this evening. We strongly urge from the staff side, we need to get that clock ticking and get HCD's comments so that we can use those as one data point along with any other, commission and council feedback. And so that's one strong preference from staff if we can get there tonight.
Given some of the group analysis that some of our membership would like to see us engage in, and I think the point is well taken, would that kind of meeting be appropriate / feasible when it comes back to us after HCD looks at it?
I think the answer is yes. In part, there will be sort of a logistical and process structuring of sites with conflicts of interest in mind. And then there's the second part of it is we just need some time to do more precise mapping, if that's the desire in the housing element, as opposed to using this as sort of a rough scale depiction of where the sites are, for the compliance purposes, but recognizing the actual rezonings will drill down into that level of specificity and map actual areas for sites where the rezoning and designations would take effect. That's certainly not the intention of this map, and this isn't how, by and large, these rezonings would be implemented and effectuated when the rezonings come through as that part of the program. But I am sensitive and cognizant of Commissioner Hauser's statement about, in the absence of more specificity, those broader policies could give an argument for a developer in the interim. And so there's some potential risk there. It's just hard to head it off entirely and strike the right balance in time.
I was just going to say, I mean, it's been 3 hours already, and we haven't even got to the document yet, so we need to either get to it or schedule another meeting, so hopefully we can get underway.
Question and then also an idea. First question, how long is HCD's review period?
They're entitled by law up to 90 days on their initial review.
Okay, thank you. Is it, because I agree, and I think most of the group here agrees that we should probably have another subsequent meeting where we go through site by site and, perhaps it's a longer meeting similar to what we did through the Sharp Park specific plan. Are you amenable to us meeting while HCD is reviewing?
I'm not aware of any, legal or procedural issue. There is a resourcing question, right? In consulting with the city manager, there are a number of other high priority activities going on right now and staff intensive development review projects. So the timing of that could be challenging. But conceptually, there's not a particular issue with it. I think that is an opportunity to highlight that while we want this to be the best document it can be, we're running it cross purposes with time and further engagement on this draft relative to the consequences and risks to the city from non-adoption. And so while we want this to be the best possible document, it doesn't have to be perfect today. And in fact, even if it's adopted pretty good, but not perfect the way the community wants it, the housing element, just with other elements of the general plan, can be amended. So there's always an opportunity to say, gosh, we need to get something certified as soon as we can because of all the positive benefits and the drawbacks not doing that. And then to prioritize, another, revision or further, more refined work if there's some desire to revisit it. That's another option, weighing all of the staff and resourcing and competing priority items that the council may also want the city staff to work on.
And if I may also add, and this is partially a question to the team, but there's an efficiency about getting official comments back from HCD and then taking up the discussion again, because if I'm not incorrect, some of those comments may be, well, for this site, we need to know X, Y, and Z. And for this site, we need to know A, B, and C, and more analysis is necessary on those specific sites, which if in the meantime, the council and the commission had undertaken deliberation about all of those, it would be absent that information from HCD. So there's a real kind of linear efficiency that I see in wanting to get the draft document to HCD, hear what they have to say, and then picking it up again.
So the point is well taken that we can have the more robust discussion then as per Vice Chair Hauser on the other side of the HCD comments, and also that we have frankly very specifically carved out February time to do that general plan review, so that when we discuss at goal setting, if community has that feedback that we need to amend general plan, then we can. That being said, let's, I heard two different council members desiring two different questions, and so I think my linear approach of just going through the document section by section might be the preferred way, despite the slog, as Vice Chair Hauser recommended. Starting with the front cover page, or the second page from it, where it shows council members and commissioners, I believe it's Greg Wright on the Planning Commission. Again, just a minor typo. Section 1 is where I'm going to go to next.
And we have a new planning commissioner to add, right, who will be reviewing this too.
I believe so. I'm not sure how that part works, but yes. Okay.
Yes, we can update with new Commissioner Devine.
Wonderful. Do anybody have comments on the introduction? Section 1. Okay. Section 2, housing element and general plan.
Can you tell us what packet page you get to when you're going to a different section? Because
Sure.
I'm scrolling, so it's a little bit.
Section 1 was packet page 15. 2 was packet page 16.
Okay.
Yeah, just a quick admin note, Mayor. So we included the housing element as a link, and so I think we may, it may be convenient to refer to PDF pages.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is the document I'm working off of.
Yes, so it's not technically a packet page like with most council agendas, but the PDF page is probably the fastest way for folks to jump back and forth as they're digitally displaying the document.
Okay, so community consultation part 3 is on page 4 of the, okay, cool.
I was suggesting the PDF page from like the browser view because the page numbers change into like appendices page numbers at some point.
I see some of my colleagues were working from a paper copy, so perhaps I'll do both. PDF page 18, housing element 4, page 4.
Thank you.
I like your page better.
Are we giving, are we giving comments on the whole section?
Yeah, if you have comments to make.
So I just want to reiterate the comments that I made on table 3 and 4, and then also figures 2 and 3. I've already given them, but I will say them again for the record.
I'm moving on to section 4, prior housing element review, PDF 19, HE 5.
I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
These aren't numbered, so kind of in the middle of key achievements, it talks about the priority development areas, the Sharp Park PDA, and also the Skyline Corridor PDA. And I know that the Skyline one is identified in Plan Bay Area 2050 also. And there's not really, I don't think I saw discussion of continuing work on that further down, so just wanted to know your thoughts about that.
Sure. So we are fortunate to have received that priority development area designation that we requested for the Skyline Corridor. We haven't yet had the opportunity to program in more focused planning work for that in light of the myriad of different priority work items to date. So that is something, perhaps a little farther out in a future work program to really drill down into that planning area.
Just for timing, is that something that's required since it has been identified by a certain time? And what are you thinking? 5 years, 10 years?
Yeah, probably not in the 10-year horizon, but it's hard to say. We have a heavy lift of the next, 3 to 5 years potentially at this point in time.
Section 5, housing needs, HE 5, 6, PDF page 20. I actually, just a quick editorial, I was struck by how many above moderate income we were required to have. And I just can't let it pass without commenting. I'm not giving direction of any sort, but the very low income bracket was the second highest at 538, then low income is 310. As you said, 848 altogether for low income. And then above moderate, they wanted us to put 753. It was almost inviting gentrification into our town. So I just wanted to say that publicly. Councilmember Bowles.
I had some questions on page 22, the fair housing issues in Pacifica. So one, it says Hispanic households have disproportionate housing needs, but I don't see that explained anywhere.
Sure, I might pass the mic to my colleague Sabina.
Hi, good evening. So what we found when we looked at the AFFH data that HCD provides through their AFFH data viewer is they wanted us to analyze all what they call segregation and integration in each community in each jurisdiction. And part of this includes an analysis of kind of the fair housing categories, and these are the fair housing categories that are protected by law, such as race and other different fair housing categories. And so what we found in the city of Pacifica is that Hispanic households are a minority population after white and Asian, but you have a large minority in every single census tract. And so I forget the exact numbers, but it's somewhere between 13 and 25% of households are Hispanic in every single census tract, so they are distributed across the city. But then when you mapped those along with some of the other fair housing data points that HCD provided, that's where you saw that that Hispanic households had higher levels of cost burden, had lower incomes, and had higher poverty rates when you look specifically at those households. And that was true for Hispanic households, but was not necessarily true for, was not true to that extent for white or Asian households. And those were the three largest groups throughout the city.
So it's an affordability issue that's more burdened on this population is what I'm hearing?
I'm sorry, what was that?
It's an affordability issue that's more burdened on this population, is that
correct?
Kind of what I'm hearing.
That's what this data showed. That is from 2019 data, I think is what they provided.
My other question, I mean, just, does it address like housing size needs for this population? I heard Joaquin Jimenez speak about affordable housing that they're talking about on the coast. He's a council member in Half Moon Bay. And specifically, he was saying like ADUs don't work for them because they're too small. They tend to have larger extended families. And so just kind of having some of that data to make sure that we're planning for the right kind of housing, and that they needed to be closer to good public transportation because the car burden was also higher. I know we're not planning for specific groups and specific projects, but just want to make sure that we're really addressing their needs.
Yeah, I think as Sabina mentioned, this is reflective of the required analysis given the provided data set that we're required to analyze. I think we can take the feedback to see, can we work with community partners or other representatives of the Hispanic community to maybe get some more anecdotal information at least, or qualitative information that might supplement what that means to have particular housing needs in this context in our area. So that might be, the way I would take your feedback or your question at this point.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
To your point earlier about income group, very low income and low income, as opposed to or offset with above moderate, and your concerns about gentrification. On the next page, whatever page that is, for me, it's page 8. Could you please explain to me the very last bullet point, right before section number 7?
The bullet, potential for conversion of income-assisted units to market rate.
Yes, so one of the fair housing factors that HCD has us analyze is the potential conversion of any income-assisted, deed-restricted affordable units in your city to market rate housing. So any economic pressure or to convert deed-restricted units once the deed restriction expires. And so this is we found just one project in Pacifica where this could be the case, but we also, once we investigated a little bit further, we found that this particular project has renewed their participation in the program, very consistently throughout, I think, maybe several decades. So it is something we're required to analyze in the AFFH section, but I think we put it down as kind of a lower priority issue, just because there is only one that expires in the next 10 years. And so the other ones that you do have a longer time frame for when those restrictions would expire.
So, Tiger, in regard to your comments, I think what I'm concerned about is I'm hearing that fair housing law requires the analysis of that to avoid what Tiger said he's worried about. I mean, and I am too. I think we all are. And so the way this reads, that's what I'm trying to get at, is how do we have that be, safeguarded or something? Or how do we comment on that analysis in terms of safeguarding and keeping the guardrails up? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I think we've done that to the extent that is probably appropriate in the housing element. We scanned the horizon. We didn't find any other but one with the potential in the 8-year period. And we assessed the probability of conversion to be very low, given their track record and the nature of their operation. They seem to be in the, business of low-income housing, rather than someone who's, entered into it in the past and ownership's changed and they're just itching to get out from underneath that deed restriction. It doesn't appear to be the case.
Okay.
As you know, I've been chomping at the bit to raise our inclusionary ordinance to 20% from 15 and investigate deed restriction in perpetuity rather than a 45-year cap or whatnot. And I think that later in this document, it would be the appropriate time for me to bring that up again. But I wanted to specifically bookmark that in relation to what we're discussing currently.
Thank you.
Anyone else for number 6, which is assessment of fair housing? Commissioner Wright.
Yes, thank you. I have a quick question. I'd like to hear a little bit more about, I see words on here like segregated living patterns, integrate, balance. Can you talk about how you tried to spread out through some of these site selections and through this process so that we have all of these different income levels spread out throughout the community and not just concentrating all the same kind of people in the same place? Thanks.
I can start, and then maybe Christian or the rest of the team might add. Say that HCD suggests that you do the AFFH analysis before you select your housing sites, and that's part of their recommendation. And when working with a few other cities, we found that sometimes it was done at the same time, or even possibly after, just because of all of the focus being on the sites. And so we were lucky in Pacifica that because we started late in the process, we were able to learn this from HCD comment letters. And so we really did the AFFH analysis before looking at a lot of specifics on the sites. And so, we started at the same time, but we were able to kind of learn about AFFH and segregated living patterns and just what was going on in Pacifica, while also looking at the sites. And I think that when you look at the distribution of the sites, that kind of shows in that was considered. So I don't know if that answers.
Yeah, and certainly it's more nuanced than this, but the oversimplification of all of those AFFH categories and criteria is that there's, generally speaking, a distinction between the northern half of Pacifica and the southern half of Pacifica through the AFFH dimension. And so what that means, for example, is, to stay true to our AFFH, planning obligations, we, are not able to put all of the housing, for example, in the northern half of the city, even though that might be a preferable outcome from, for example, a traffic standpoint, right? So that we don't have more housing coming through, Reina Del Mar and Fassler Avenue intersections on Highway 1. To try to do that would very likely run afoul of AFFH criteria, when we submit this to HCD for review. And so, as Sabina mentioned, the benefit of the way we managed our process was that we didn't conclude all of the sites before we had the AFFH info, and we were able to say, we're going to have to work really hard to distribute these sites throughout town, and we recognize there may be, less preferable reasons for doing that, traffic or others, but to stay true to the AFFH, we do have to have a fair, balanced distribution and ensure, sufficient units are in high opportunity areas, which by these definitions includes generally the southern half of Pacifica.
Chair Berman.
This is more of a document-wide comment, but acronyms start to show up pretty heavily in Section 6, so I'll put it here. I know that the housing element is a part of the general plan, and we have a very thorough glossary and abbreviation list in the general plan. If staff and our consultant team is amenable to it, I'd love to add a glossary to this volume if possible, just for ease of public reading. And there's a lot of Assembly bills, Senate bills that could really use some additional explanation that I think would be beneficial.
Councilmember Bowles.
So, sorry, on that same page, 22 talks about our homeless rates, and that I think it's 15% here in Pacifica. Maybe I saw the number somewhere else, but it's a higher rate than the rest of the county. And this ties into something I read later on, so maybe the question's better for later on, but on PDF page 89 and 90, where we're talking about housing units for extremely low income. It seemed to only talk about housed, people that are currently housed in rental or homes that they own now, and not for the homeless population. So I'm just want to understand what, if anything, we're doing for our homeless population in our housing element.
So there is a program that is specifically related to providing support for the homeless population, and I think we had to balance, resources with also, of course, we would love to have permanent supportive housing and have some, a project like that in Pacifica that would provide, permanent supportive housing for an unsheltered population. But this particular program, we focused on increasing city support and city resources for not-for-profit organizations that serve the homeless. We focused on increasing kind of the outreach to the homeless and referrals to resources that are available, and making those resources more robust. And I think, we do have a program on looking for funding for special needs populations. It's basically a program that is related to increasing actual housing for special needs populations, disproportionate needs, including the homeless. And so that really depends a lot on these affordable housing or these projects that will be developed basically almost entirely with public funding. So, it's a huge undertaking, but what Sandy was talking about earlier, incentives, of all, putting together 4 to 8 different funding sources and locating a site to try to provide that type of housing. And so there's a list of strategies and tools under that program of different ways that cities can do that, including the Housing Action Fund, but it's going to rely on a lot of partnerships and cobbling together all those funding sources to provide, to, figure out that kind of housing.
Yeah, and so as Sabina mentioned, we tried to piece together multiple strategies in light of the city's resourcing. On PDF page 45, document page 31, you'll see one of the strategies, which is policy number 10. And so that contemplates providing direct staff and financial support to the nonprofit partner as mentioned. Admittedly, it will be a relatively low amount of support given the city's current financial position, but any amount of funding can help, potentially to the resource center or another very purpose-driven support services agency. Additionally, sort of in the realm of zoning amendments are making zoning amendments that will facilitate the construction and operation of emergency shelters and supportive and transitional housing. And so those are required components that we need to better work into our zoning that does not currently particularly well enable their construction and operation.
But I think that was going to be my question too, because interim and supportive housing is so important, but does it belong here? And if not, then when can we talk about it?
Yeah, so the housing elements really at the more programmatic, broad stroke. We need to improve our support. We believe that includes providing funding when available and amending our zoning, so that someone that is willing and able can actually construct and operate those facilities.
Just to follow up on that a little bit and to clarify, I think people that are living in cars and vans are also included in this homeless number, right? The 15%. And those are not, often those are people that are working, sometimes 2 jobs or so that, are just not, there is not housing that's at their price point. So I guess I don't understand why they're not included in the very low income because, again, on that later page, on 89 or 90, it says that we only need 269 units of that level when we're actually asked to plan for a lot more in the very low income by RENA. That's the discrepancy I don't understand because I think we have the need for all those 500 or so units that are identified in RENA.
Yeah, I think part of that might just be the numbers you're referring to. It's hard for me to toggle back and forth, but within the very low income, sometimes those are broken out sort of roughly half extremely low income and half very low. It could be a reflection of the 200 something number in relation to the 500 being that bifurcation. So that's one potential explanation. I think just without getting into the specific numbers, it's a huge area of need. Every public agency is struggling. The most well-resourced agencies can't seem to get a great handle on this issue of homelessness. We are committed to doing everything within the city's, fiscal and policy means to improve the situation, but it's not something I think the housing element itself, will solve.
And just a side note on that, the city is working with the Resource Center on an encampment grant with the county.
I understand that. And the other thing I've heard from Anita Reese, which isn't in here, is that she would love to do a tiny home pilot program, for sheltered of unhoused too. So that might be another strategy that we consider. And we'll get to this when we get to that other page, but the issue was that it was only addressing people that are already housed in the very low income in terms of the number of units. And I just want to make sure that we're thinking about our unhoused too.
Sure, I can't speak, and perhaps Sabina, has greater insights into the details of the data. What I can say is if you think there's a greater need, direct us to plan for more lower income housing units, increase the buffer further from the 52% that we have for that income category. I'm not sure how else to get at the need beyond the policies that are indicated.
We'll look at the numbers when we get to that page, because I think it was suggesting that we don't need to build as many as are in our numbers with our.
You're referring to PDF page 90?
Yes.
So the way I read that was to indicate that we project that of the allocation, it's likely we'll get to about half of them. That's the way I read it, and I'm not sure if I was reading it accurately. Perhaps Ms. Mora would have the insight.
I can maybe provide a little bit of clarification, and Sandy, correct me if I'm wrong, but so we have our assigned lower income RENA that we're assigned, by ABAG. And then HCD is one requirement in the housing element, the reason that that particular data point is in there is that ACD requires cities to project their extremely low income housing need over the planning cycle. And they actually recommend a methodology for how to project that. And they say that it's 50% of your assigned lower income. And so maybe that answers your question, but because I think many jurisdictions, we didn't exactly know what methodology to use to project that out. And that was just the methodology they recommended that we used for that particular data point. So there wasn't that much more behind it.
So if there's nothing else for Section 6, Section 7 is all of a paragraph between PDF page 22 and 23. Which brings us to the housing sites inventory. And I think that's where we land on the first question, are the housing sites reflective of the community's values?
And Mayor, this is where I'm happy to bring up some of the section maps that might allow a little bit easier depiction of these sites by smaller geography than the citywide scale. Thanks.
I did have a question on Table 4. Let me know when you're there. So just the very bottom line, the rezone totals, it feels like it's missing a column from the lower income capacity. Am I misreading that?
No, I think you're correct.
Okay. Again, a lot of what I came to were just typos, really. Yeah, Chair Berman.
Also on Table 4, the Site 36, the Seabowl site, just a typo, I suppose. The current general plan that was adopted in 2022, I believe, classifies this site as visitor serving commercial, not retail.
Thank you.
This is page 12.
Yeah. This table. Okay.
PDF page 26.
25.
26?
So which number is Siebel? Oh, 36.
I actually had a community question while we're on the topic of Siebel, and the community member was saying, hey, we'd prefer it if our bowling alley did not go away. Does this document threaten the bowling alley particularly? I know I've had conversations with the prospective developer, and I don't know that they were planning on making this site entirely lower income. Any insight on that property would be helpful.
A couple perspectives. Certainly, inclusion of the Seabowl site in its entirety may increase the potential for that site to become a housing project. Certainly by inclusion in the housing element and the corresponding changes that could affect the land use and potential for the site if someone were to come through. Perhaps we scale that back and ensure it's not the entirety of the site, but it becomes a little more complicated picture in my opinion, and certainly the site design could become more challenging. But that's an option and direction the council or commission could give. The other point I have is that while we could take steps to try to minimize the potential for a housing project there, the city doesn't have the ability to compel the bowling alley to remain open and operating, or even for the bowling alley building to remain, even if it kept a completely non-residential land use designation on the site. So there are limits to the tools in the city's toolbox to keep the bowling alley, but certainly there are incentives the city can include in the housing element that would increase the potential for conversion to housing.
Vice Chair Hauser.
So on the topic of the bowling alley, that first question of like, is this list representative of the values and culture of the city? I think Seabowl is a staple of Pacifica. It's like where every single birthday party that my son's school, it's the only place like it in Pacifica. And so I think it's really hard to see like all 9.5 acres, if I'm remembering the acreage correct, to see all 9.5 acres on this list. It does imperil the bowling alley to have it on the list. I think it makes a lot of sense for surface parking to be there. But it almost, Mayor, it almost begs the question of like, do we want, since we're not going to be really going deep on the sites until it sounds like after we send this to HCD, do we want to maybe ask staff to look at, putting other sites on the list so that when it comes back from HCD, we have room to winnow and to like think about maybe taking a couple off if they are thought of as staples?
It really is a singularly unique recreational resource in our community, and if you could see if the right balance can be struck without, upending the whole operation, that would be very helpful for conversation on the other side, I think. Commissioner Wright.
I'm aware in some other communities that there are such a thing as a legacy business, and if something is declared to be a legacy business, it's a lot harder to remove.
A legacy business, you said?
And I would like to hear from the city attorney if she's aware of those kind of issues, and is that something for, if that site-specific purpose is something that you want to consider protecting, is that a vehicle to do that protection?
I am not aware of provisions on legacy businesses, but that's certainly something that we could look into. And certainly, any business or any use that's currently in effect, even with any zoning amendments, would still be allowed to continue as a non-conforming use as well. But certainly, that's something that we could look into and get more information on.
And Commissioner Wright, not directly related to the housing element, that's more of a different sort of public policy and public health and safety consideration. But again, typically those mechanisms make it harder to convert, but they're not necessarily mechanisms to compel, the continued operation of a business, which is very hard, if not impossible to do.
If I could add on, in other jurisdictions, sometimes grocery stores are an important, actually often are a very important thing, and with some jurisdictions will give a bonus to offset. So for every square foot of a full-line grocery store, not a small convenience store, but a full-line grocery store, then you get additional floor area for residential. So if you basically, it makes it pencil out better for the developer. I mean, if you give an extra floor for a grocery store, they get to go an extra floor higher.
I think there's two, and then me.
You?
Yeah.
You want me to go
and then
first? Okay. I agree with Vice Chair Hauser about needing to go deeper into this site specifically at a future date. However, I do think there is opportunity. It's a large site and it's flat and it's relatively nearby other amenities, although the pedestrian access is not quite there, but we could work on that. I personally would like to see more of a prescribed objective criteria for this site evolve. And what I'm thinking about is similar to what we did for Eureka Square for the Sharp Park specific plan. We spoke about that site for a very long time, and we talked about, okay, where can commercial be? Where can mixed use be, or where can housing be? So I kind of visualize our discussion of this Siebel site to be similar to that discussion. I know we won't have it in depth tonight, but can the next draft of this housing element have more of a prescribed objective criteria for this site for us to review? Because I think we all agree we want to protect Siebel and Pacifica Brewery, because I like that place.
It's popular. Thank you.
The point is well taken that I'm genuinely not sure if the current owner of the Siebel wishes to stay in the business, so I don't know what that means if and when that time comes. So. Councilmember Beckmeyer? Oh.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
It's okay. I just had a question that it kind of involves you. It involves you and Vice Chair Hauser. So in light of what she just asked a little minute ago about potentially adding sites to, tell me if I'm misstating, adding sites to create more of a buffer so that when we have time to take a deeper dive into these things, and let's just say right now, that site is showing 219 units of housing. But if we were to do some modifications, as Chair Berman just said, it might only be 60, let's say. That creates a deficit in our plan, which is a problem, I'm imagining, in terms of tick-tock, we need to get this done, right? So how do we deal with that? I mean, just elephant in the room, how do we deal with that? We're going to have to do it fast and do it thoroughly.
So I think I can offer a couple suggestions, and Sandy can speak to any potential backup sites that might be on her mind. She led a lot of the sites analysis, and we went round and round on a lot of sites and multiple different iterations of the list. I think one is to consider, were any potential alternative sites offered tonight that were suitable. I think one of them, the Highway 1 site, referenced in relation to the Rockaway Highlands project is one potential candidate. Certainly, one of the parcels is already designated for mixed use development, mixed use neighborhood, up to 30 units per acre. That could be, pardon the term, sort of a no-brainer addition if the council wanted to add that as potential future trade-off. I think that portion's maybe 1.5 acres to 2 acres. So that's not going to get us all of the way there, which leads me to my second suggestion, which is you may want to look down tables 3 and 4, perhaps particularly table 4, but table 3 as well, and maybe focus on those 30 dwelling unit per acre sites. Do you think any of them can go to 40 or 50? Or can any of the 40s go to 50? I don't know that you want to consider at this point 50s to 60s or 60s and beyond, but I think that 30 dwelling unit range, leaves some room. If any of those sites in your minds might be appropriate for somewhat higher density, that could give us some guidance to work with and repackage the site's listing capacity.
I'll just add to that, the sites that didn't make the list for a variety of reasons. Most of them are very small, or they might be very viable businesses. Is that business really going to leave? I don't think so. So we really, and there's not that much vacant land. We did all the easy stuff, take the vacant land, take the stuff that's already zoned residential, then we went a little deeper, then we went all the public sites, even though people may not like the school, it was there and it was big, and, we took a little piece of it. So, I think what Christian said is, we could probably add a couple more sites, but they're going to be small. I think the other way to really tweak that number would be increased density assumptions. The other thing I just want to say is, remember, these sites are an exercise in calculating capacity. It is not saying, all of the Seabold's going to be developed, or half of it, or the shopping centers, one parcel or half of it, or whatever. We put down what we thought was reasonable to be developed based on economic factors and vacancies and retail trends and stuff like that, but it's not, we did not do site plans for each site, and we weren't expected to. We are expected to make sure the sites are logical and possible, and that they have the underlying zoning to support our assumptions. So you don't need to get too down into the weeds on what might actually go on each of these parcels, because that will come when a project comes to you and you've done your rezoning and you have your objective standards and all of that. So this is a mathematical exercise to show what could go there. If the bowling alley should go under because financial issues, not because we don't want the bowling alley to be here, then, what could go there? So it's hard because it's emotional. You don't want to see change, and you like things that are in place, but this really is sort of a mathematical analysis of what could go there. The state wants to know, do you have land that could have housing? It's like, yeah, we have land that could have housing. Will it go there? Well, that depends on the owner and the money and the market. And the environmental constraints, we did not do, we just said, does it have utilities? Yeah. So this was, the site list is a very high level. So even though it is important that you don't mislead the public on what might be going there, this is not a detailed analysis, and this does not give permission even for developers to come in and do what's suggested on this list.
And quickly, just before we potentially verge into a site-by-site, 30 to 40, 40 to 50, I don't think we're ready to have that level of detail. There are potential conflicts of interest for particular sites. So broad strokes, if you want us to first prioritize looking at 30s to go to 40 and 40s to go to 50, that's probably as specific as we can get this evening.
Or just general,
Can I just go
general
one,
interest.
one more, and then I'll promise I'll be quiet for a really long time.
What?
At the risk of upsetting everyone's apple cart, can you clarify for me what the ramifications or restrictions or such, besides people being really mad, are around something like, say, Frontierland Park? I'm not saying build on Frontierland Park all over it, any more than anyone's saying build on Siebel all over it. But I didn't see those come up. I mean, obviously, we have ratios we want to maintain for parks, and we talked all about that with something we did recently with in lieu fees. But I'm thinking of that giant site. I mean, it's not on here. And to, she's like, no, not that one. But as an example, as another example, I heard at our goal setting, I heard our new director of Parks, Beaches, and Recreation talk about the need for new facilities. The one we have is very adequate for our needs right now, not really, but is going to need replacing in the future. There's a lot of parking lot there. It's not on the list. So I need to understand, and you can say for reasons that are very complicated and legitimate, those sites are not on the list. And I'm thinking in terms of relieving the pressure on some of this so that we don't have to have a, square foot by square foot discussion of every single site. Is there any room to put some sites, say, like those? Like, what if, okay, that's enough. People are going to hate me as it is.
If I could just jump in regarding Frontierland, because not everyone may know this, is it's a landfill. So that might strike that one immediately.
But has a category,
Suitable for housing, only suitable for brief visits. I don't know.
as a category of potential housing sites, the staff did not unilaterally undertake an assessment of parkland for potential conversion to housing. So that would be new policy direction we would have to take and evaluate those options. Similarly, but sort of to a less alarming extent, like the community center parking lot, community center, we didn't particularly evaluate because of its operational constraints, for example, the burdens that are already on the site in terms of Caltrans parking on one side and the EQ basin on the other side. And so there's just a lot of site constraints that didn't make that a particularly desirable site for this process.
Thank you.
So I know that there's a question over there, but I just wanted to say really quickly that I agree with Vice Chair Hauser that when we come back to look at site by site, it would be nice to have additional sites added so that we can move some things around. And so I just wanted to put my little check mark there.
And if I don't mind, before we move away from this topic, I just want to clarify, I appreciate and understand that we're certainly not going to get into detailed design of any one of these sites. Something that I'm keeping in the back of my mind is if a developer meets objective standards that are outlined in this document, and even if they have some concessions that they could use, I mean, we effectively can lose a lot of control over any one of these sites. So I guess my underlining point, and not just not just in particular for the Siebel site, but for any of these sites, if there's an opportunity, I would like to establish objective criteria that would help, back to the question that we're supposed to be answering right now, help align with the city's values. I know we're not going to do it tonight, but in our forthcoming meeting, it'd be really great to see some ideas before us, just to make that progress.
I mean, maybe what we can do is create a new category of potential sites, because again, if we ship this off to HCD, I think it's going to be very hard once we get their comments to peel things off. So maybe there could be like hey, these are sites we're still studying. So like, I'm looking at this handout that we got from the public, and there's like 122 units. This is obviously not staff analysis, but there's 122 units on the Rockaway Highlands project. The acre where Rice and Roll, or whatever it's called now, Soul Race is not on here, but that is like surrounded by residential right off of Skyline. That's like begging for residential over there. And it doesn't carry the same, kind of beloved, really big cultural thing. And respectfully, as a developer, if I was going to develop a site on this list, I would develop Seawall, because for so many reasons. As a residential developer, I can say that. And so I know that if it stays on this list, it will convert. This is one that will convert. Now, we want sites that will convert, but we also want to be thoughtful about which ones we do. And so for that reason, that's why I'm saying I think we need to look at the parking lot. And then if they do want to convert, then they go through a general plan amendment process where there is more discretion and we do retain some local control.
Well, you understand the sites list is not changing the zoning. That all will come later.
Correct, but it is changing the general plan, and if we miss the deadline.
But it doesn't change the underlying zoning. That has to come later.
Correct, but if the general plan says that something is housing element residential and the zoning doesn't match, a developer can ask for best fit zoning.
It's anticipated that the actual general plan amendment and the zoning would take place at a later time, so that the housing element would be adopted with the programs to effectuate the general plan and the zoning amendments, but the actual land use designation and the zoning would take place, and that's the action that would take place before it's required to take place before January 31 of next year. So that would take place concurrently, the general plan and the rezoning.
I'm going to hand my gentlemen commissioners over yonder a semaphore flag so that you're able to. Commissioner Ferguson, you've been more than patient.
Yeah, thanks. I know we're not trying to get into too much specifics on sites that were missed or site we can ask, but there's a site that's always screamed like it needed residential development to me, which is the old gun range. That sits completely derelict. It's flat.
It's San Francisco.
Got it. It's not, it's
it's Jefferson Union High
there's
School
lead.
district, right? We're rezoning other people's publicly held land. Why not? The golf course or the gun range, or the gun range is sitting there doing nothing. It's just weeds. It's acres and acres of flat buildable weeds.
And lead.
I can tell you that I actually got the deed from San Francisco just recently from, I think it was 1917. And if anything is built there or proposed to be built there, then the land goes back to the owner. San Francisco won't own it either. It's actually restricted to recreational use, all of those properties.
Okay.
I agree with you. It's a lovely site.
Site-specific challenges given the deed history of that property, to use that specific example. And there are legal reasons which, Ms. Murphy can expand upon, but as another local agency, it's not clear that our local land use authority would apply to that property in the first instance. And so that's a potential problem.
Your land use authority doesn't apply to Jefferson Union High School District either, but we've identified both of those sites, so I don't see where the difference is.
Yeah, so the school district is a different category of public agency than another local jurisdiction with local land use authority. So there's some complicating nuance there.
But it's within Pacifica's municipal city bounds, right? They just are the landowner.
Right, it's a much more complicated legal answer. I've tried to simplify it and summarize it the best I can at this point in time, but there are a lot of complexities particular to the East Sharp Park rifle range area that did not make it a suitable candidate in our assessment. If there's direction to reevaluate it, we can, and we can list what those reasons are in greater detail if we confirm that.
I trust your
we're
analysis.
accurate.
I'm just curious.
Mm-hmm.
Well, just the fact that you got the deed to that, I mean,
Well, I was
who would
thinking the
even
same
think to do
thing.
that?
That's a great sign.
Historical Society.
Public records request.
Commissioner Leal, did you have a comment?
I did. Thank you. So I had two comments. I think they're more general comments, but so one, given that it's in this section, is a general comment in the document about the photos added. So for example, PDF page 23, if we can annotate location of the photos and dates. So I think this is a northwest view from Roberts Road, and date of the photo. This is in relation to a comment that I saw from the public. And in particular, it was basically PDF page 177, which is a Samtrans route map. It's unclear as to when that route map was pulled and when that's from. So for images, for most of the tables and whatnot, there's references and sources. But for a lot of the pictures, actually for all the photos, if we could add references as to dates and when they were taken. So like PDF page 20, add the address of that location with a date. PDF page 55, it looked like it was a community meeting. What was the date of that community meeting? PDF page 207, it looks like it's a stock photo. I don't think it's a development in Pacifica. But if we could just annotate the images, just so there's more context for the public as well as ourselves as we review this document as to where these photos are from. My second comment is in relation to context for the map, in particular on PDF page 27. So we have the sites. It looks like we have the size of the sites is the size of the parcels, not necessarily the size of the capacity. Oh, sorry, did I miss that comment already?
That's what Vice Chair Hauser was saying earlier.
Okay.
I just like to talk and talk.
And honestly, it's mapped that way for simplicity. Mapping parcels is relatively straightforward, and recognizing these are sort of more programmatic identifications of sites, not specific zoning and general plan designations applied to the sites.
Okay. And I'm suggesting, I don't recall Commissioner Hauser's comment, but in addition to the existing maps, if there is some sort of scale map we can add in, whether it's based off of proposed density or the capacity of the sites, additional capacity or additional map there. But those are my two comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Leal, are you suggesting like in a table or key on figure 1 on PDF page 27? Our intent was to have the numbers correspond to the tables to show the more detailed info, but is your suggestion to somehow package more information into the figure?
My suggestion is more of like a figure 1.5 that would then scale the numbers to, and I'm open to other folks' comments as to what that scale would be, whether it's the capacity or the proposed density, the DUA. Like for each site, a 50 would be this size, a 40 would be this size, like a big circle, medium circle, small circle for those. So like a new figure which would then show the sizes there. Because if we do have more sites on the maps and we do dive deeper into each site and we're trading off, it's a numbers game also. So if we're trading off one site for the other, it's not based off parcel size, it's based off of how much housing could go there. Potentially color coding. But yeah, does that help?
I understand the comment.
Okay.
Yes, there will be some challenges in trying to figure that out given the large and small sites, but I understand. Thank you.
Got it.
Councilmember Bowles.
Back to Christian's question about increasing density. So I don't have the chart for each site, but I'm assuming that we're at about 30 units per acre in general? Okay,
They
here's
vary
some of that.
30, 40,
Sorry.
50.
Okay.
They vary.
Well, I was just thinking about where we could potentially increase it, and I know, like, in the general plan, we did increase it in certain areas, right? So has that all been incorporated in here, where we can already go up to 4 or 5? Okay, all right. Darn.
Yeah, we had to adjust each, I think Christian mentioned this earlier, if a site's zoned 30 units to the acre, HCD won't let you count 30 because they know that by the time you put your driveway and you're not going to necessarily get that. And so we used past development patterns that showed an average of 81% of the actual density was used. So we used that based on historical data. But we did, where we could, go to the highest density allowed under the current or the new general plan. Yeah, we squeezed everything we could. But saying that, those could be increased.
Well, and some of the shopping centers, I think, like Park Mall, didn't go up to 4 or 5 stories, right, in the general plan? And
So for the most part, we didn't get into height in the general plan. There are a few instances, as well as in the Sharp Park specific plan, where smaller geographies, there was some care taken to discuss 40, 45, 50-foot height limits. But overall, that's generally not the case. I think it is important to note, though, that the greater the density, if you go from 30 to 40 or 40 to 50, the probability that those buildings are going to also be taller at the end of this process is greater. So that's another policy trade-off. So if you're looking to move units out of one site and increase density elsewhere to offset, that's going to result probably in bigger, taller, more intensive development. So that's the policy trade-off.
Getting back to the original 3 questions, would you mind putting them up for a moment? Well, like I said at the beginning of this section, I think this might be a good place to tackle that first one. Are the housing sites reflective of the community's values? And this is the section on the sites themselves. So the greater conversation in detail, notwithstanding that we would all like to have later between council and commission, are there any further feedback on the reflective nature of the community values in these housing sites? And frankly, that's where that one recreational resource really came up vis-a-vis this question. Okay, so it looks like we're good on question number 1 then?
Thank you.
So I'm on PDF page 32, which is document page 18. Both sections 9 and 10 are on that page. One is in paragraph form and the other is in sentence form. Any comments on either?
What page was it?
Document page 18.
18, thank you.
We'll move on to section 11, if not. Councilmember Bowles, did you have a?
You're going so fast. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm trying to scroll and look at my notes at the same time. Sorry. Go ahead. I can always jump back.
Again, it was one section that was a paragraph and the other section was like a sentence, so
Okay.
they were less substantive than what is on document page 19, packet page 33, number 11, goals and policies.
Right.
And Director Murdoch, do goals and policies address programs, or programs going to be the next?
The programs are sort of where the rubber meets the road. They're at the end of this. So we're shaping from the broad strokes to sort of building blocks to then particular.
That was my understanding. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to miss something. Okay, so.
Yeah, and it's a little different than the rest of the general plan where there's just the goals and the implementing policies. There's this sort of intermediate component. Again, given the complexity of the housing element and the mandatory factors we have to address, there is a third category sort of sandwiched in the middle that takes you from broad to very specific.
For some reason, I highlighted HEP-12, which was protect residents from displacement, and by preserving I think there was, grammatically, I'm not sure how it read when I initially read it.
I had the same thought. This one was a little hard to follow. I don't know if it could be rephrased.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's much better that way, yeah.
I think just dropping the "and" in the first sentence.
Yep.
And by.
I think so.
And the word by, including by preventing, including preventing.
Preventing the conversion, yeah. Take out 2 words.
By, yeah, goodbye.
Bye, bye. The second by, oh, sorry.
So if
The
you
second
just-
by, not that we're wordsmithing, because we're not.
We don't need a
We're
wordsmith
just
and.
clarifying and making the sentence read.
It's in our nature to
fluently.
wordsmith. So -12, if you could take a look at it and bring it back in a cleaner form, thank you very much. Does anyone else have a
Do we have a
comment
motion
on
and a
section-
second on that?
I have my red pen right here.
Don't cross the librarian. Do we have any other comments on section 11? Commissioner Wright.
One quick one. Could we speak a little bit to what promote energy savings in houses and urban development patterns mean? What does that mean in regards to water, like purple pipe, solar roof lights, all that kind of stuff?
Thank you for that. I had that question too.
It's, I think, an interesting quirk in the housing element requirements. I think they relate to some broad thematic, address energy efficiency in these. I think it's sort of a mashup of, climate and environmental related goals, given the relationship to housing, and also housing affordability. By making energy less costly, you're increasing the affordability of housing. How that's effectuated is, I think up to some interpretation. The housing element doesn't get so far into, site planning and infrastructure planning, like, to recycled water piping and so on. And so that's the best answer I can give you on that one.
So nothing on like rainwater retention or nothing like that in terms of any of those kind of green technologies? There's no specifics, it's just a sweeping general statement to be supportive of that.
Yeah, so this is a requirement of state law as we understand it. And we have because we have the green code now, it's not as important as it used to be because certain cities would be leaders in this field but now we have a statewide policy that brings it substantially forward. So it's less important now than it was in the past, but it's still part of the state code. And it's also, I think, rationally still there in recognition of the tremendous amount of energy and carbon and impact on climate change that the construction industry has that isn't really recognized. So it's also there for the sort of civics piece to really spotlight what the responsibility the construction industry has in that space as well.
You could go first. You go first.
I just have a question about HEP 6 on page 34, which says facilitate production of affordable housing with an emphasis on affordable rental housing and workforce housing to decrease the impact of housing prices. Is workforce housing also rental? And do we not want to encourage ownership? I mean, I know it's easier to get in and make sure that there's rental housing, but long-term to build generational wealth, we all obviously want to encourage ownership too. So just curious about that emphasis.
I'll ask my team to think about this. Is this relating to a particular checklist item that we're trying to address? I think what we are tying this to with the reference to the cost burden households is the identified, vulnerable population, so to speak, in our analysis. Certainly, ownership housing is advantageous, but rental housing is more readily accessible to lower income individuals. And so I think it's in that vein that policy is structured. Perhaps it's possible to add some sort of clause at the end, and pursue opportunities for ownership to build generational wealth or something along those lines, like fitting that in.
Yep, that sounds good.
I had similar thoughts, and I was reflecting on Councilmember O'Neill, who, especially when discussing the courtyard swap idea, really wanted us to include options to buy. Chair Berman.
Thank you. For HEP 11, if extremely low income could just be added to the glossary that I mentioned earlier, just making it kind of explicit that it's categorized under the very low income category of this document. Then HEP 16, just clarifying that the services here are public services, if that indeed is the intent. So something like improve public services and amenities, or rather than public free, emphasizing that. Then HEP 17, similarly, support housing security for households with low incomes or special needs by strengthening public services for residents.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you for that question. To be clear, that's actually not the intention of these policies. It's the opposite.
Okay.
So you may be familiar with the place-based versus people-based strategies. In other areas, this might fall under a category called place-based strategies. We've taken a slightly different tack on that just to follow the best practices in this field, which are trying to wrestle with this. I mean, this is something that no expert really has pinned down. This is a deep kind of philosophical question to some extent. What we want to signal is that in neighborhoods that have people in them, that services, including private services, for example, groceries, and all the services that fill what we call the housing basket, all those things that aren't just the four walls around you, but the quality of policing in your neighborhood, the quality of tutoring services in your neighborhood, all these sort of things, jobs, transportation, the whole environment that we promote those services in the lower in those areas. For example, we have identified here in the northern part of Pacifica to make sure that neighborhoods like that receive investment because historically there's a inequity of investment in those areas. And so you want to promote the type of things that would make people's quality of life better in those areas.
I see. So the intent is to keep it broad, opening private services or, I see. Okay, then I take those comments back. Thank you.
Anything else for goals and policies? If not, we'll move on to number 12, which is programs, which I think brings us to the last 2 points in front of us. I had initial questions just about the timelines. So strengthen inclusionary housing program looks like it starts going around 2025. And as I alluded to this earlier in our meeting, that it concerned me that we may not be looking at that 15 to 20 bump until 2025. If you could elaborate on that for a moment. Part and parcel with that is preserve existing affordable housing units, which again, I'd be charmed if we started deed restricting in perpetuity rather than having a finite cutoff. And I was delighted that one seems to start earlier in 2024, but was mystified that it then apparently stops after 2026. And I'm sure it has something to do with the way I'm reading it, not the way it's intended. So if you could explain that for me. I'd appreciate it.
Sure, I can jump in first on that. This is, the dark squares are really intended to show where city public processes and staff resources would be highest devoted to that, and really highlight to the public and to public agencies the tremendous amount of lift that it's going to require to implement this. I think if we had a magic wand, we would do everything in year one. But HCD doesn't want us to say that because they know that that's not practical and that's highly unlikely to happen. So to bring a measure of practicality and feasibility to the work plan.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And there was a well-taken email comment that also said, you know, not just my two concerns, but everything should be bumped up sooner. And,
Yeah. We got a lot of those. We did get a lot of those.
And so it's really helpful to reiterate every so often, you know, what process actually looks like in terms of, you know, what will be taking all of the staff time year one to accomplish and why it won't be till 2025 we'll really be able to do the big push. And feel free to remind us of that as we go along. And it's helpful for me to be reminded, you know, where my interests lie, if nothing else.
Mayor Bigstick, it's probably an opportune time to ask Councilmember Bowles. We had a dialogue earlier about, you know, in reality, the timeline is likely to shift. You know, is the desire to actually make the realistic changes now, if for no other reason than to demonstrate, you know, an earlier commitment to the rezonings, for example, and to maybe reflect the reality of our process? Or do we keep it as is in the interest of time and put the resources elsewhere and right-size that when it comes back through and we've actually bypassed the timeline? You know, there is a fair amount of work that would be involved in retooling, and so we don't want to do it preemptively unless there's a very strong, you know, policy preference for that.
I've got one under the first policy, or excuse me, the first program. I believe it's point number 5, site assembly, which talks about the various things you need to do in order to make sure a site's developable. And it talks about SQL analysis, and that when we were at a Cal Cities event in January, they were talking about how sometimes it's the case that doing the EIR on the front side of it, it actually doesn't take more time. It's actually not more expensive, and it's a much higher bar legally for those who might disagree with the development itself. And of course, that was stated with along this premise that anything in planning, feel free to use the word depends ad nauseum. So given that that might be the answer is merely it depends, might it be prudent to add to that EIRs as a matter of site preparation?
You know, what this mention here is alluding to is potentially undertaking that as sort of clearing one of the hurdles. And so whether it's an EIR or some other environmental review process really needs to be determined on a case-by-case basis. It depends. So, you know, there are sort of other opportunities, like in some cases infill exemptions that might facilitate a project and actually have less intensive work to be done, less cost and time, and actually may have similar legal protections to an EIR. So I think best from my perspective to keep it a bit more generalized, but from a policy construct, do you think it's appropriate to consider in some cases front-loading the CEQA analysis so that the clearance has been provided and either the developer can proceed or the city policy can be executed more quickly, given that that's, you know, behind you at that point?
Are you suggesting that EIR and CEQA analysis in some instances can be used interchangeably?
EIRs are a form of CEQA analysis. CEQA analysis includes other types of analyses like negative declarations, categorical exemptions, and so forth.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Wright.
If you're done with that point and ready to move on to point number 7 here, where it says about city-owned property, I was wondering if we could expand that to considerations of other properties in particular regarding field space. I know there's a lot of competition for sports fields access, especially in the shorter daylight months in the winter. And I would like to keep a priority on maintaining those large field spaces, as once we put buildings on them, we'll never be able to use them for fields again.
Councilmember Bowles.
Yeah, looking at that implementation action and timelines, one of the things I'd really like to move up is number 7, was for evaluating the potential city-owned sites, because that's something that could really get us to build affordable housing sooner, right? If the nonprofit developers don't have to pay for the land, and to have to wait till December 2027, and then, not until 2029 for the council to adopt that is losing a lot of really valuable time to be able to get those projects started. I was told by Jeremy Levine of the Housing Leadership Council that, if you're starting from scratch on an affordable housing project, it really takes 10 years. And we're so behind on providing that needed housing for our community.
I have one on 3, HEI 3. And it's at the bottom of each of these, you have kind of a tab for responsible agency. And in this instance, it says planning department. Some of them, there's a lot of agencies listed, and particularly with this one, particularly with point number 2, that we'd pursue the partnership with Pacifica School District in terms of that PPP, public partner private. I'm going to use the acronym because it's so late, and I apologize to the public for it.
Private partnership.
Yeah, that.
Public-private partnership.
Partners may include, so in this instance, would one of the responsible agencies be the Pacifica School District?
It's on then.
Not under responsible agency, it isn't, at the very, very bottom of it.
That's a good question. Why don't we'll look into it carefully. How you assign responsible agency, we'll look into it, if that's fair.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Fair, and I'd appreciate it. And they may not be the only one, and I think I might have that same comment on a few of the others. I'm not sure, but that was one where it potentially stuck out to me.
Thank you.
Oh, you probably said this like many times already, but just so I'm clear, because we had a lot of people asking us about timelines. And so if, in fact, we have to have all of those zoning amendments done in a year's time, it'll move things up, right? Or there will be a potential for things to, I just want to be clear.
Yeah, I think that's right. So essentially in this timeline, it's assuming the full 3 years that the city would be entitled to for the rezoning program, right, to do the minimal rezonings needed for the RENA. And so we built other activities, assuming that we've completed that and moved on at, year 4, essentially. So what that will do, if we can conclude the rezonings in 1 year, is hopefully provide some slack to slide those other items earlier in the timeline. With that said, we have to do some resource management. Piling all of that rezoning into less than a year means a lot of other stuff, non-housing element related, may not get done. And we may not be so quick to circle around to other housing element items. So there's a little bit of balancing, but in concept, yes, everything should move up earlier by probably 1 to 2 years in theory.
Given that theory and however it offsets it, looking at I-6, and this, of course, is my personal favorite, so take that as you will, but under implementation actions and timeline, it says by December 2028, and I made the note the other night, and after making the comment on the timeline I did a moment ago, it occurs to me that the reason this number scared me so much was because I had disconnected from the timeline I just looked at that said it's beginning in 2025. Which already, if I had my druthers, et cetera. But maybe instead of by December 2028, which takes a moment to interpret, if it said something like 2025 to 2028, it would make it more user-friendly to read. And, you know, however that applies for the other ones as well.
I agree with that. I think that would satisfy too most of the questions we were getting about timelines. We could, I appreciate that.
Councilmember Bowles.
Back to HEI 2 on page 38. Item D and then 3 is talking about amending the planned development zoning district regulations. And I know we're looking at rezoning the quarry to planned development, and I just want to understand if any of these changes or the state law could violate, what's the word? I'm not sure what the word is.
Invalidate.
Invalidate our requirement for a public vote.
The requirement for the voter
For the
approval.
public vote for housing.
Right. I don't believe we've identified any component that would place those in direct conflict at this point in time. So, you know, as it stands today, even with the housing element program, the quarry would require a public vote to rezone to allow residential zoning. That's in part one of the reasons it's not included as an opportunity site. That's a very high bar, and history has shown the voters multiple times have voted no. And so I don't think there's any sort of direct implication from the housing element to invalidating that requirement.
Not to stir up anything, but could the council determine that we no longer want to have a vote for any housing in the quarry?
We'd have to do the legal analysis on the history of that.
Okay.
Often it's the case that those voter-initiated items will require a voter action to remove them, but I can't say specifically for this.
Yeah, my general understanding is that it would need to go to the voters, but again, we can confirm that and do additional research and look into that. And then just to respond back to the question on the planned development issue that came up, I believe, and the consultants could, correct me if I'm mistaken, but that this would address amending findings and amending process requirements, but not, invalidate the PD process in its entirety in addition.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. So the 1D3 on PDF page 38 is a process amendment. The PD has a lot of criteria. They're well-intentioned and maybe serve their purpose at a particular point in time. They're very burdensome and problematic to implement in practice. And so this identifies some of those currently required application criteria in the municipal code for projects in the PD zone and suggests potentially to eliminate them or to modify them.
I've got one on PDF 48, document 34, under dash 12. And one was, I think it's 3B. And it's about informing folk about fair housing law and policies, and it says through information posted on city's websites and handouts available at City Hall and the Senior Center and other city facilities. I thought it might be prudent to call out the library by name. And then I have another one, 5B, where it says include Spanish marketing materials and ensure bilingual interpretation services are available. It occurred to me perhaps we might need more than just Spanish.
So Spanish is there to satisfy the fair housing requirements. So Spanish has to, the proposal we've put forward to satisfy that requirement would be Spanish. And then you may not want to have to report to HCD whether or not you did something in Filipino or whether or not, because you actually did the research and it's actually a different community, or you want to prioritize one year, you can certainly do those things. Just the question is, do you write it in the housing element?
And sort of the way that we do that is, if there's a good to have, you might indicate, perform the same for other languages, where resources are available or something along those lines.
Can I just ask a clarifying question on this? Is that because of what Sabina, I think it was presenting? Is that why you say that fair housing laws, it's in terms of our analysis of our own
Right.
performance?
So because the community is identified as not having received the information and being disproportionately affected by that lack of information, would be expected to be better served being armed with that information, then yes.
And that's why we named Hispanic specifically.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Another community, in fact, most communities would not only have Spanish, but in Pacifica, that is what's required. Most other communities would probably have 2 or 3.
I mean, technically, we should be doing it already anyway, right? Like, we have to do it at the school district, but.
Chair Berman.
For HEI2, item 1B on, it's page 24 of the document. Just a clarification question so increase height limits, is that increase them from the newly adopted general plan, or increase them consistent with the general plan that was just adopted?
Well, so in HE2, these are a list of potential things to explore, and they would be district by district, and these are just a list of the likely ones you would explore. But in HE1, it would be beyond the general plan for the sites that, Sandy, are there any sites that are satisfied by the general plan that are in there that don't? Yeah, so for the first table, for table 2, for all of table 2, the answer is no, not beyond. But for all of table 1, effectively the answer is, well, there may not be, for many of them, yes. But for some of them, no.
So part of the challenge here is, first, that the general plan doesn't, precisely speaking, impose height limits. The zoning needs to do that. The general plan will give parameters that the zoning should implement. We're also at this weird point in time where we put a lot of effort into a general plan amendment, but because we've had to work on the housing element, we haven't yet put into place all of the comprehensive zoning needed to conform with the general plan. So there are many instances where something in the general plan might call for a density that would be difficult to build today because the height limit's 35 feet and it says you should have 50 units per acre, let's say. Maybe it can be built, but you'll get a very different product, maybe not the best product, teeny tiny units. So is it inconsistent? No. Is it desirable? Probably not. So it's talking about that. So it's all of the above. Some of them will need to be changed based on existing general plan land use designations. Some will be changed to implement new general plan designations that are part of the big rezoning program. So lots of zoning work all over everywhere to increase height limits or to consider that as one of the strategies.
Thank you. And I remember we prescribed it a little more in the Sharp Park specific plan, which makes more sense. But the fact that the general plan does have land use of mixed use neighborhood, mixed use commercial. In the Sharp Park specific plan, we said, okay, mixed use commercial can be up to this height limit and et cetera. So like,
in these particular blocks, and it's sort of related to density, intensity, and community character. So yes, a specific plan is an interesting species because it sort of straddles the line of general plan standards and specific zoning standards.
I do have another one, but I think these questions are related to what we're talking about right now. Commissioner Wright? Sorry.
You go through your commissioners, and then I'll go to my council member Bowles. Go for it. Carry on. That's why I wanted you next to me.
Happy to yield to council if they'd prefer priority.
No.
Please, Commissioner Wright, please.
On the same thing, it says that we will consider. Is this our only opportunity to have input on prioritization of these items to be considered?
No, the housing element, like other elements of the general plan, can be amended, or, the policy priority can be revisited when coming back through for adoption, or at that, potentially that intermediate process, should that occur for another study session before adoption. So there are opportunities. In addition, just because something's on one timeline doesn't mean it can't be done sooner, right? If resourcing and priority and will is there. Where it becomes a problem is if you fail to do something within the time you've stated. It's not a problem if you do something sooner. And what I mean by that is sort of in the annual prioritization and strategic planning, the ebb and flow of policy and community needs and priorities might cause something to move up in the order from one year to the next, in a different way than is stated in the housing element.
Vice Chair Hauser.
So just in the same section that Lauren was looking at, the one right after C, redefine density calculations from gross area to form-based. What does that mean?
Yeah, good question.
So form-based codes and objective development standards are two ways to describe, moving away from the floor area ratio. There are already objective development standards in the code. What is the development intensity? That is an objective development standard. There are lots that are in there. The question is, how can you move that much more forward in a big tranche? And objective development standards are also not a one-time thing. You're going to build a set of them, and then you're going to move them forward over time. You're going to add to those. When we talk about form-based codes in this particular instance, it's thinking about when, in fact, those really small units are desirable. Because while there are, for sure, times when we want some larger units, there are also times when some smaller units are what is appropriate. Right. In a city, particularly that's predominantly already single-family homes. There's part of the goal is to provide additional units of housing at all types and forms, and the ones that are, the population dynamics of households and who's in them and what that arc looks like over a lifetime is very different today than it was 40 years ago, and very different today than it was 70 years ago when many of the houses in Pacifica were built. And so you want to look at that, and there's very likely to be scenarios where you think it's a great idea, because maybe some of those shopping center sites, for example, are a really great spot for studios. But maybe that's not what the seniors need, or maybe that's not what certain very low, a certain percentage of the very low households need.
So I'm still like slightly confused. So when you're saying redefine density calculations, are you talking commercial FAR done? So the way we've done our density in Pacifica is commercial is done with FAR and DUA for residential. So this is intended to say redefined FAR density calculations or commercial density calculations to some sort of dwelling units per acre that's not really based numerically, but based on a form-based code.
Yeah, maybe I can
Okay.
come at it from a different angle. I will package it to say it's a method of planning. I will typify it as maybe a progressive method of planning that's non-traditional, that says maybe in some instances we don't care what the density is. It could be unlimited density, and we will care more about the form of the building and the uses and let the market or the developer or the community or whomever figure it out. Maybe we put a floor under that density because it's an important site, for affordable housing, but we're not going to tinker too much in the kitchen with what it ends up being. Here's how you can build it, figure out what goes inside, and focusing less on the density than on the resulting uses and form of the development.
And the idea is to consider this, but not commit to doing this.
Of course, along with all of the examples of the types of development regulations that should be thought about and determined if they're most applicable and appropriate to achieve our housing objectives.
Got it, okay, thank you.
Would it, just on top of that, would it further clear, because I'm probably not as clear as Vice Chair Hauser, because she's smarter on this than I am. Would it make sense to add, instead of just saying gross area, also saying units? Because if we were looking at a mixed-use building, if we're doing it form-based, then sure, it could be more appropriate to have more commercial area, which we classify with FAR, but then therefore there would be less units. I don't know. Maybe does that help clarify?
I think you might be getting bogged down in the particulars when this is meant to be a general
Okay.
policy of
Sure.
look at anything and everything. We just know saying anything and everything is probably too non-specific for HCD, so we're trying to give them a flavor of here's everything we're willing to look at. So if there's something really specific you think we should also look at, maybe it's worth adding. But I think this sort of fits the bill in terms of saying we're taking a broad look at all kinds of development standards and how they relate to our desire to allow these types of housing.
If I could just add, there's value in writing something on the paper. There's power in writing something of the city council committing something to the page. It sets an agenda. It's not just an exercise, right? It may not be legally binding. These are a set of things that we might commit to explore. But you're saying this is the sweet spot of some combination of this, maybe some other things we haven't thought of, maybe certain things aren't appropriate and we're crossing them off the list. But it's kind of sort of like this. That's what this might be. And there's no specifics, and those would be the specifics you'd want to have at that conversation.
I think it's a good idea. I'm not sure how I feel about, like, as a separate aside, I don't know how I feel about form-based code, and I'd be really curious what Councilmember Bowles thinks about it, since she's an architect. But you know, to Chair Berman's point, it is something that, like, the planning commissioners up here don't understand what this says. You may want to just reword it, because now that you've explained it to me, it's like, oh, but, you know, in 3 years when we're looking at this, no one will.
And speaking of Councilmember Bowles,
I'd appreciate that better definition on form-based. I was going to jump to ATI 4 if we're ready to move on, which is the section on ADUs, which I definitely support.
Can you tell us the page?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. No. Oh, sorry. Yes, you're 25, my 39 and 40. No, it's confusing. So two questions. One, do we have any data on how many ADUs are actually used for units? Just because I know as an architect who designs them for other people that mostly it's the wealthy people that want a bigger house that are putting in an ADU. And just related to that, the item 4 concerns me a bit. So collaborate with other jurisdictions to develop a regional forgivable loan program for homeowners to construct an ADU that is held affordable for extremely low-income households for a minimum term. So this is something I haven't heard about before, and I'm not sure that that's something that we want to spend time and effort into helping people build, I guess, and what the term would be. I've heard, I think Berkeley maybe had some that were like a 10-year term, which they, they regret now because it just went by in the flash of an eye, and then all of a sudden, we've given these preferences, and then we no longer have an affordable unit. So, and then enforcement. How do you enforce, whether the rents are still? So that just seems troublesome and a lot of staff effort.
Well, it's there as a potential policy avenue. The development of extremely low-income housing units is extremely challenging. And so ADUs, are a more affordable type of housing product to build. They generally enjoy community support in Pacifica. there are plenty of land on which to construct ADUs associated with single-family residences. It ticks a lot of box for opening a door to potential extremely low-income unit construction. That's why it's there as a concept. The particulars of the term and whether or not to even undertake the policy, can be subject to a further decision, unless you're concerned as a matter of policy about committing public funds in some sort of forgivable loan program for this purpose. It's probably okay to keep it on, but that's a policy call.
Commissioner Ferguson, it looks like, wants to jump into this conversation, so.
Yeah, please.
Forgive my ignorance on ADUs and how that ruling works, but can you use ADUs for multi-generational housing and move in an older family member who has effectively no income or a Social Security income, and would that count as an extremely low income unit?
Yeah, so part of the challenge, sort of in part to Councilmember Bull's question and in part to yours, we don't have good data on who's using their ADUs and for what purpose. And so some communities, and we may choose to undertake this as well, conduct periodic surveys and they mail out to all of the permittees. Say, hey, are you renting it? Okay, who are you renting it to? Family member, someone off the, a member of the public that you don't know, and at what rents are you renting them? So they can get that data and count those units for affordable housing unit production, for example.
Voluntarily.
Voluntarily, right. It's not a mandated survey, but those that return it can give a picture, and those communities have actually gotten HCD support to count those units in certain cases. So,
is there then an incentive to the constructor, owner of the ADU, to if they can prove they're using it for very low income? Is there some sort of incentive to them in this program, or am I missing that?
There is none currently. This forgivable loan program could. So maybe you're thinking about the scenario where, oh, I know I need to move my mom in. Let me get someone else to pay for it. Perhaps that could be an outcome. Maybe the policy or the program guidelines might help prevent against that. There are many unknowns, but conceivably that could occur.
I mean, senior poverty is one of the things you're trying to address here, right? So.
Yeah, again, you can't necessarily prevent every, misuse or less than optimal use, but is that a bad outcome if a senior who's disabled or, is low income gets that unit? I don't know. Perhaps it's not a bad thing.
One of the other advantages of ADUs, in addition to those discussed, is even without regulating it, you get to the same outcome, or so it seems. So, for example, if you had 100 ADUs built over a period of time, perhaps round numbers, a third of them are being used for home office, a third of them are being rented out to a family member below market rate, and maybe a third of them are being rented out to a stranger, to an otherwise stranger. These are round numbers. There isn't great data, but from what the Turner Center at Berkeley has provided, maybe it's kind of sort of around that. With no regulation, with no deed restrictions, you're getting that. And so...
And no direct public financial contribution, more importantly.
And two other pieces on this. You're potentially providing income to a long-term resident that may not have a ton of income. And one of the pieces of community feedback that I received through this process is there are a lot of cash poor but house-rich members of the community. They've been part of the community. They want to contribute to the solution to housing, but they don't have the capital to get to that, place on the other side where they could get a little passive income from that. And that could be perhaps this is one way at it. The financing for ADUs, there's some new models coming online just from the private sector that are interesting that didn't exist before. Definitely the financing for ADUs is really important.
Councilmember Bowles, did you have any more you wanted to add to that one?
No.
So we are getting close to 11 o'clock. I know for a standard council meeting, we'd have to make a motion around now. I don't know if the rules shift a little for study sessions. Do we require a motion to continue past 11, or can we continue?
I would recommend a motion also for a study session as well, if that's the standard, since that's the standard practice.
That's a motion for all 11 of us?
Or is that two motions?
It would be two motions, a motion of the planning commission separately, and then, thank you, excellent point, and then a motion of the council.
And so the Planning Commission has no such bylaw regulating its meeting times. Maybe I need to get that in place. I don't know. But for council purposes, I presume it could be a motion of just the council.
Yeah, that's fine then.
Just council? So I know that Commissioner Wright is going to have to head out soon. 3 in the morning, no. So I would tentatively, it seems like we're getting closer than not to a conclusion. I would recommend 11:30 just to hedge the bet, but,
I second.
okay, motion and second, we'll go that way.
Wait.
Council members, please, roll call vote. Sarah?
I'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Bowles.
Yes.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Beer.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlos.
Yes.
Mayor Big Stick.
Yes.
That motion passes to extend the meeting to 11:30 unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, gang, Planning Commission, any motions?
They don't need one.
We don't need one? Okay.
She said here, yep.
Can we do it for fun? No.
Yes, yes, you
Push the
can.
You could use fun.
You want to pull?
So I'm looking at dash 14 is what I think is my final note that I made. We are on PDF page 50, document page 36. And
I'm still on 40.
I'm number 10. So dash 14, I'm on number 10. Am I to understand that the spirit of this is that these various agencies are offering reduced rates for lower income folk? Or am I misreading that?
You know, it isn't intended to get directly at reduced rates. Certainly, that's an option for those service providers. I think it's intended to get at issues where there may be a scarcity of the allocated service resource, whether it's electricity or water or what have you. It's encouraging those providers to give priority to lower income housing projects. So they can track and be aware of where those sites are, and hopefully in their, you know, utility planning processes ensure capacity exists and give priority to those lower income housing projects.
So it simply says that if water is not flowing to a place where lower income is kind of congregate, we incentivize the water flowing
Including for new developments.
for new developments.
Yeah. And this is straight out of state requirement.
Okay, it's counterintuitive to me. I'm not aware that we have that problem in Pacifica. I can certainly see where other places they would, and I also prefer the opportunity to learn if I'm mistaken in what I think is going on in my own community. So thank you for clarifying.
It's also, it is in fact an incentive to build lower income housing units in a scenario where something was all market rate, which couldn't happen here. You would incent, and then if there was, there's no water. Well, now if you have a certain percentage of low income, then yes, the water company has to figure it out.
Interesting. I'd take a deeper dive, but it doesn't sound like it particularly pertains and that it's there to satisfy the state as much of this really is. So.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarity. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
I'm going backwards, sorry. A little tiny bit.
I was hopping around with them myself.
Page 34 of my packet on policy HEI 12, I think. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. Item 5, proactively market available housing opportunities. Is it appropriate in light of Councilmember Bowles's earlier questions many hours ago about unhoused? Is it appropriate to put that into the list of where it says developmental disability, single family, blah? Or is that, again, something that's coming specifically from?
We can do that, and yeah,
Bleh.
I think we can do that,
Thank
no
you for
problem.
understanding what I was asking.
It's a great question.
It is already a special need, and we just didn't include it as a such as, so we can make that change without recirculating the document.
Yeah, and usually when I think of special needs, that doesn't quantify to that definition, so maybe it doesn't house it.
The state wants us to define a group of people, these groups of communities as special needs.
Okay.
They probably will redefine that by the next housing element cycle.
Yeah.
Us educators, you know?
So I'd like to go back to HEI 5 on packet page 40, document page 26. Again, and I've spoken with several affordable housing developers, and they say that having a good housing fund is really key, and having money available so that we can really jump on a project when an opportunity arises. And I know that right now, all that we have in our housing fund are in lieu fees. I think it was the Harmony One project, and I think there's about $225,000 left in that fund right now. So that's, so I want to, see if we can move that up to the priority so that, again, we have these resources when we need to. And I wanted to suggest some things that we could look at, and I realize we'll need a nexus study and so forth to look at these. But one, there are cities like San Bruno and Redwood City that have affordable housing impact fees. So for all projects, both residential and commercial, that would pay a certain fee for to contribute to that. Someone suggested short-term rental fees. I'm not sure what a commercial linkage fee is. That maybe someone could explain that to me. The possibility of a vacancy tax. There was analysis in here that said we had, I think, 3.3% of our 14,500 units were vacant at any one time, which is 478 units. And I know cities like San Francisco and I think Vancouver, I don't know others in the Bay Area, have considered that. I think transfer fees for luxury properties is mentioned, but I think we can't do that as a general law city versus a, forget what the other option is. I'm getting tired. Charter, thank you. Sale of surplus land could be considered for this fund. And
The vacancy ordinance, you're going into rent control issues, that's a whole nother thing. Vacancy ordinance, if I want to leave my house vacant, my house can be vacant. I mean, that's a personal property right.
And a much bigger conversation than we have the bandwidth for.
yeah, we're not,
Thank you.
I'm not saying that we decide any of these right now. I'm saying there's a bucket of ideas, and I understand your concerns about that one in
And I get to
particular.
make my opinion too.
Of course you do. I'm just making a list that we could perhaps talk about.
We're hearing the list.
And then the other question, but anyway, the most important thing is I'd like to see this moved up on the list, and I'm assuming this isn't something for planning staff, it's more for finance staff, and that maybe, we could find capacity to look at that. And then the other question is actually whether some of these funds could be used to hire planning staff and/or, planning interns, so that we can, because we have so many policies and so forth that we need to work on, besides just the rezoning. So I'm not opposed to using affordable housing fund for funding planning staff so that we can move the needle.
As we are looking at the programs, and it seems like we're starting to come to, we're slowing in terms of our commentary on the programs. We do have these last two questions in front of us. Do the programs address relevant housing issues and needs? And I think that Councilmember Bowles was well taken by giving an idea of various options that are available and whether or not some of those would be doable. We'd appreciate that on the other side of HCD commentary, I'm sure. especially those that might be more helpful. And after that, is the order and priority for programs appropriate? I know that we've been talking more about the specific programs. I know that it's not within my personal scope to quite understand whether or not the order and priority is the thing, so much as looking at these programs and saying, yes, I think these are good programs, and with these minor tweaks or not minor tweaks or whatever, they absolutely pass muster. Whether or not I understand a priority for them personally, I want to open that question up to everybody and see if anybody else has more of an opinion on the matter than I have.
As far as what Christine just said about moving that priority up, we've been trying to work on that housing fund forever. So I don't see that that's more important than some of the other strengthening the inclusionary zoning, that it's going to make a huge difference. I mean, we've tried to have money in there, and we don't.
But we only have one source of funds, so what I'm suggesting is we look at other sources so that we can supplement that.
Maybe I can add some color, unless you want to go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just on the topic of housing funding, the city has done more analysis than just the inclusionary housing fee. With respect to the commercial linkage fee, that's one example where we participated in a nexus study prepared by 21 Elements, a countywide housing consortium. What the commercial linkage fee means, it's a different term for basically an impact fee or inclusionary housing fee associated with the induced housing needs for commercial use, similar to how new residential uses create a need for, service workers, for example, that need lower income housing. The analysis of the typical prototypes of commercial development in Pacifica, the data didn't support addition of any fee. We have a very weak commercial market generally, and so that's one area we explored and didn't pursue further. Others, may take longer, but we do have the current in lieu housing fee fund, and so one option is to prioritize the inclusionary zoning ordinance, expansion, revaluation, as the one sort of steady, available funding source, and getting that in place in time for any of the new housing that might be undertaken and get underway. So we don't lose that opportunity to capture the revenue from the rezonings that are put in place. It's just a different framework to think about the prioritization.
Yeah, I can see, I definitely want to look at, upping the inclusionary to 20% also. But further in the document, there's an analysis of our fees, right, to developers, for the whole project, for, permit fees, park fees, everything. And we're still charging a good bit less than other neighboring cities. So I think there is room to consider adding an affordable housing fee, for example, as one of, and possibly some of the others, but.
Commissioner Leal.
Thank you. Just clarification on the order and priority, right now they're numbered, is that the current priority that is in the document, or?
No.
Not exactly. It's probably easiest to look at Table 5 that has the diagrammatic timeline example. You can see those that are starting, in particular years and how they're carrying through.
21.
Yeah, okay, got it. My comment was mainly around HEI7, preserving existing affordable housing units and making sure that was kind of up in the priority, which it looks like based on the timeline it is starting next year, but I don't know if there's anything that could start this year on that. But replacing housing that we lose is probably a lot harder than building new housing from scratch. We've lost affordable housing recently in the northern part of Pacifica and hasn't really been replaced. So I think preserving existing affordable housing that we have is probably a shorter time frame that we should prioritize than getting some of these longer term projects in. And based off the timeline, it looks like we are already doing that, but I just wanted to reiterate that comment in terms of priority of these programs.
Thank you, Commissioner Leland. Just specific to that item, Ms. Council did indicate that the timing of that really is intended to correspond to the Casa Pacifica specific potential expiration. And so moving it up may not achieve the objective of that particular activity.
Okay, I did see that reference there, but is this just limited to that one location, or is this a general?
It's a general program, but when you look down at the project level, only one, Casa Pacifica, is at risk of expiring affordability in the 8-year planning period.
Got it, okay.
So we can take that general comment and see if there are other like preservation programs that might be able to be prioritized. This one just happens to be particularly a specific flavor of that.
Got it, okay, so my comment, I'm maybe taking this one in a different direction than the current intent, where I'm viewing perhaps not necessarily deeded affordable housing, just general where our affordable housing is in Pacifica and preserving those locations. That's where I want to take this item, but I realize that it's not necessarily the direction it's currently at. Because my comment of basically the affordable apartments in Northern Pacifica that we've lost recently, right, that doesn't necessarily apply to this item based off of its current intent, but
right.
My feedback is that I think we should, I don't know if we can expand this, but preserving existing affordable housing we have right now should be a priority in our housing element.
Thank you. Yeah, that feedback is very clear. Thank you.
Okay, so key questions: do the programs address relevant housing issues and needs? And is the order and priority for programs appropriate? Does anybody have additional feedback?
On that question.
On either question, or for that matter, on any of the programs? If anybody has additional feedback on the programs themselves, now's a good time.
I wanted to talk about HEI 9 a little bit, which again is the housing for residents with extremely low income. So page 30, packet page 44. It says the city will encourage development near public transit to accommodate transit dependency of most adults with developmental disabilities. So one of the things I was struggling with was trying to understand where our public transportation routes are in relation to where the housing is. There's just the one map of the public transportation, but I would love to see that overlaid and not necessarily all the, little school routes that only run certain hours, but like the primary routes that, people would take to get around the city. So I'm not sure if that's, I know we don't have a GIS system, and that's what I was told. It's difficult to kind of necessarily map that out, but.
That's right. We don't have anything readily available that might take out the more select service or limited service routes. That's something we can figure out if there's an easier way to depict it, but nothing would show that subset of routes and some sort of juxtaposition of housing units or sites at this time.
But the exercise was done by the team.
Okay.
But frankly, in our brains, so we didn't, but if you look at this, like we held them side by side, right? And so there's some intentionality about the sites and specifically also the senior site, well, those that we were considering in those terms as well, because it is important as indicated here.
Okay, well, it's good to know you at least thought about it. But I also wanted to ask, so I know we have a senior rideshare program, and I wonder if that could be expanded to the disabled community, potentially, as something that we could look at.
Sorry, what was the question?
The senior.
We have a senior ride program, right? And whether that could be expanded to the disabled community. I think we only have like 153 disabled people identified in our.
That was a specific donation for for senior services.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
It was.
Okay, it would mean, yeah.
I mean, if the direction is see if there's a way to package such a program, because that's a specific community need, we can take that feedback. Obviously, with so many of these things, there are detailed considerations that need to be mapped out as part of the work program, including funding, the availability in our area of those specialized transportation, conveyances. There's a lot to go into it, but as a matter of policy and addressing a vulnerable population, we can take that feedback and see if there's a way to package something in. Certainly, transport is a fundamental aspect of the quality of life, economic opportunity, medical treatment,
Right.
on and on.
And it specifically says for that community that we could plan for less parking, for example, but because they don't drive, but we obviously need to make sure that there's transport. And maybe there are other services that I don't know about.
Ready wheels, right?
Does that, okay?
That's their sound
So I'm not sure if it's here. I just wanted to talk about transportation a little bit more. So I'm not sure I saw that there was another implementation policy that talked about public transportation, but I know, just because I'm now on the board of commute.org, that they have programs for developers to comply with their VMT reductions that could possibly bring a shuttle to Pacifica so that we could have direct access, maybe from one point in town to, especially to BART or Caltrans is what they focus on. And that would be a wonderful thing, not just for the new development, but for our community, because we really just don't have that.
Yeah, I think where you may expect to see that, again, one of the, I think, positive consequences of this housing development program that we're required to plan for is that we may actually get some of these larger housing projects, and that brings resources and opportunities to, mitigate, for lack of a better term, but leverage, new activities and services that we haven't seen in Pacifica. Where you'll see that is in those larger projects under the county's congestion management program. Certain projects with 100 average daily trips or more need to incorporate congestion management activities and programs. And so shuttle service is one of them that is counted to reduce vehicle miles traveled and trips on the congestion management roadway system. So yeah, it brings a lot of new options and opportunities, even though it's housing, right, that historically has sort of been frowned upon as creating traffic, but it does provide new opportunities in some instances.
I guess I'm just wondering whether there should be some measures or so, because a lot of what we're hearing from the community too is just how bad the traffic already is, and concern about evacuation routes, especially on the southern end of town. And so I just want to make sure we're aggressively addressing that and looking for opportunities to improve our transit.
Understood. We'll need to think more about how that might fit into the housing element and the forward-looking new housing focus of the housing element. Certainly, as I mentioned earlier, in the package of city land use and development regulations, transportation is a component. The congestion management issues that you're talking about are already in the law. And so, again, it's a complicated backdrop of multiple regulations.
Councilmember Beer, did you have a comment?
I was just going to say that JUHSD has a shuttle system for their staff housing. So that's just one thing that I thought of. So there's different ways we can probably talk about that.
I'm going to open this up to sections 13 and 14 at the end of the document, starting at PDF page 50, document page 36, and going through to document page 39, which is packet page 53. And so now it's all of the above conversation, so.
Okay. I still had comments on earlier ones, so I don't know.
Oh, please do.
We'll do,
Yes.
okay. Sorry.
No worries.
Packet page 49 on infrastructure. Which is page 35 in your packet. Sorry, I'm getting tired. Yeah, so the questions I wrote down, and I'm not going back to looking at the document, but where are the identified needs for capacity improvements identified? And then just what infrastructure is included.
35.
Let's see. In terms of sewer, drainage, flood, I mean, I think it talked about water, for example, and maybe sewer. But I don't know about drainage, and then, you know, fire and police. I know there's talk, you know, if we're building a certain amount of housing in the center part of town, that we might need a new fire station. So just, yeah, what is our assessment of our needs for infrastructure, you know, with this increased housing?
Yeah, it's a broad question that's hard to answer in generalities, except that, as you're aware, the city has undertaken a number of infrastructure-related master plans in recent years. You know, a sewer collection system master plan, a stormwater infrastructure master plan, and potentially others. Those are feeding into longer-term capital improvement plans, including some projects making it into the 5-year capital improvement program, you know, projects justifying rate increases, for example, for our wastewater system. So there's a lot of work and momentum moving forward to address the city's infrastructure capacity issues. This is meant, you know, categorically as a program across the city, and the interface with the housing element is that some of these projects might, you know, burden older infrastructure. And so we recognize steps need to be taken and planning needs to be undertaken, which largely already has, to identify those and then to begin to undertake projects. And so there's a robust capital improvement program, again, for wastewater, for example, and I think likely in the near future, you know, stormwater and other utility and infrastructure. As for like other public services like police and fire, that level of analysis is more likely to occur at the EIR stage for the actual rezonings once we know what the precise capacity is, similar to with the general plan update where there's an assessment of those public services and will new facilities need to be constructed. You know, that level of analysis will occur at that later stage.
Chair Berman?
Adding on to that, so I'll pass it back to you. Taking what Director Murdoch said, but then looking at it in the reverse perspective and also considering question, is the order and priority of programs appropriate? I'm wondering if, especially because the time frame for this item, HEI 13, infrastructure capacity improvements, is a 3-year timeline, almost like low-hanging fruit. I'm wondering if it makes sense to put some investment into prioritizing this higher, which may make the CEQA process for developments easier. So kind of ministerial approvals and CEQA separately, basically trying to make our town more developable for housing and easier to develop in. I'm wondering if this is a low-hanging fruit that could be pushed up in the timeline, because right now the time frame is 2025 to 2027.
Yeah, you know, I think I might not characterize it as low-hanging fruit in the sense
Sure.
that a lot of the precise capacity limitations have already been identified and studied.
Mhm.
It's really a question of the funding to construct the improvements.
Mhm.
And for those infrastructure like wastewater, where there is a mechanism in place within the city's control to undertake those improvements, that planning is already underway, and the rate increases in the 10-year program, for example, to implement them, is being, or to some extent has been developed. So wastewater, I think, is probably the paramount infrastructure constraint that might affect, large-scale housing development.
Mhm.
The good news is, while that 10-year, if you will, program is being carried out, we do have tools at a site-specific level if a project is coming down the pipeline or being considered to give an applicant an opportunity to run the sewer system model that wastewater's consultant has for an affordable rate to really understand what are the parcel level constraints for my number of units in this location, to really give a good flavor of, okay, if I'm ahead of the city's overall system upgrades, what am I going to be obligated to pay in terms of system upgrades? So I feel like we have sort of a near-term and a long-term approach already. This is really just recognizing infrastructure constraints and ensuring that within 3 years, we get them into the 5-year program. That gets us out to year 8 to confront, any other infrastructure issues.
I see. Then I guess I do agree, I agree with Councilmember Bowles's question about, okay, what infrastructure is included. In my mind, infrastructure means sewer, water, storm, but then it makes sense to include police, fire. So I don't know if it would be helpful to define that a little more here.
Sure. So in Appendix G is the constraints section. All of this falls into broadly constraints. And the constraints section has both government constraints and non-governmental constraints. And all of these things are discussed, not in detail, but with some specificity there. So just everyone can reference that section, Appendix G. I would say, here, the infrastructure, in some places perhaps certain infrastructure things might be an acute problem that would prevent even one more incremental development. That doesn't quite seem to be the situation here. Here, it would be, well, gee, yeah, we need to do that if we're going to build out all 1,800 units. By the time we get to the 1,700th one, then we have the infrastructure challenge. But it's not necessarily a giant red flag preventing the first project or the second project. But all that would be analyzed at the case-by-case project basis, because if one was going to tip it over, then that's the one that tipped it over.
And I appreciate that there's probably also benefit to getting a few projects going and then the city benefiting from financial contributions to the infrastructure. So it's a chicken and an egg situation. But thank you for walking that through with me.
That's right. It's sort of like the transportation discussion. Development could actually help in a counterintuitive type of way. The city has within its means, put in place the rate increases in the plan. It's just a longer horizon. If someone wants to come in sooner, they have the option to model for wastewater, recognize the improvements, maybe make them up front, get their fair share contribution, reimbursement later. There are a lot of tools and mechanisms, on a project level to deal with that in the interim.
And I appreciate that City Council and Public Works are working towards replacing a good portion of the sewer main in our city. So I know that this is always a city priority, so I feel comfortable. Thank you.
One of the things that I had read our new sewer plan that I read in here that I don't remember reading in that was the capacity of the Rockaway pump station. And so, I don't think that's in our CIPs. I know we're looking at, replacing the wastewater equipment and, replacing some of our pipes and so forth. But that seems like something that would take a long time to do. So at some point, we might get, we're looking at a lot of development in that area, right? Especially with the quarry long-term. So at some point, we might turn down a project because we don't have the adequate infrastructure, and that's okay with housing law, and what's our responsibility?
That potential exists, to be perfectly transparent. What the state law with respect to housing elements is designed to do is to minimize the potential for that to occur by forward planning and identifying those constraints. Yes, the Rockaway Beach wastewater pump station is a capacity constraint. It's a point of concern. There's a lot of complexity, not only cost, but Coastal Commission infrastructure adaptation issues that the city's confronting. We don't have all of the answers right now. The good news is, through the modeling, we can understand some of the dimension of those concerns. There are some on-site engineering interventions that can also help with that. One of them is sort of like, along the lines of the EQ basin, where the wastewater flows may be temporarily detained until the peak period of stormwater flow passes through and the pump station then has capacity. There are a number of ways where projects are likely to still have a path forward even before all of those infrastructure constraints are resolved. But we are trying to acknowledge what they are and to take steps forward leaning to address them. What we don't know is, will a project ever materialize in that tributary area? It may never be an issue, but it could be, and if we have sites that are affected, which we do, we're trying to acknowledge what those potential constraints are.
And are there legal issues? I mean, could we be sued for a project that doesn't have the capacity?
Typically, if a project doesn't have capacity, they'd be conditioned in order to basically build the capacity or pay fees to contribute to the capacity. So, so that would be the way that typically a project would address that.
Okay, but it might take years to build that capacity, right?
It
So,
could, or,
turning
you know,
that-
another mechanism is reimbursement agreements, where the first developer in builds the capacity and then gets reimbursed by other developers as they develop. And that way, they're able to build, and that infrastructure issue that you've mentioned gets addressed.
Okay.
Infrastructure is a risk management business to some extent. You're always fighting, and it's the odds. Of course, we're all living in this kind of really dynamic time for weather-related inputs on that, and it's very acute, the risks
Yeah.
right now. But none of it's all going to be funded tomorrow, and so you can pace that, and if you can get the developers because they're not proposed to build exclusively affordable housing here. Some of these are going to be market rate developments, and those developments should pay their fair share. And if you've put everything in the CIPs, they don't necessarily.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
So time is currently 11:22. I'm not sure how many more questions you have. We can certainly get to another one if you have one on 14, but I'd like to give at least a few more minutes to do final wrap-up questions and make sure that staff has direction. We can make a motion to extend if you feel like.
I do have a few more, and I'm sorry, I don't know how long I need.
No worries, but you might
I'll try to
consider.
just pick the real important ones.
Well, you can also make a motion to extend to the extent that you think you need time.
Okay, could we extend to midnight and just that?
I can't stay, but you guys should keep going.
If you have a seconder to your motion.
12?
Midnight, yeah.
I'll second.
Bowles makes the motion, Vaterlaus seconds. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Bowles?
Yes.
Councilmember Beckmeyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Beer?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlaus?
I'm sorry, I'll go fast.
Mayor Big Stick?
Yes.
And the motion to extend to midnight passes 4-1.
Am I really the only one with questions left? I'm sorry. I did spend a lot of time reading it.
Don't be sorry.
I will just finish up on the infrastructure. So on page 209, and I'm not looking at what your page number is.
We all did read it, though. We all spent a lot of time reading.
Anyway, there's a reference to the Water District's document, which is incorrect. It mentions a 2016 document. Their current document is the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, and it did not analyze our increased RENA. I know Adrian doesn't think water is an issue, but it's not analyzed, and I think it will depend on what happens with the larger state plans with water, whether our water ends up being restricted.
What document page are you on, Councilmember Bowles?
Sorry, I'm not on a document page. Oh, sorry, I am on it's packet page, or 209, let's see, I can find it. F3.
F3.
So that's kind of hard for you to get to.
Got it. And this is under infrastructure, number 2? I see it.
Yeah. I was saddened to see on packet page 52 the discontinuing of co-housing, because I think that's a really nice model, especially for like single parents and seniors and so forth, and just was curious why that wasn't a good idea.
Just briefly, Councilmember Bowles, back to your point, correct, we need to update the 2016 reference to the 2020 plan. But this is alluding to the general plan update, not the housing element RENA. So we can work through and see if there's any better way to clarify it, but it wasn't intended to indicate that they've fully analyzed in the 2020 plan what the arena is. The arena wasn't assigned, as you know, until 2021. So it's talking about the build-out of the 2040 general plan, the 980 or so
Right.
units.
Mhm.
And then would you please share the PDF page again for the co-housing?
So page 52, packet page 52.
Is that PDF page 52?
That's PDF page 52, which is 38, yeah.
Page 38 at the top.
So for people who don't know, co-housing is where it's like a larger building and people own their own small unit, but then there's a larger public space. And so, you know, it can be good for people living in small family units to have greater help from the community.
I think the reason we recommended discontinuing is just taking a 20,000-foot view, trying to rationalize the prioritizing staff capacity. I think if this was a much larger city and you had staff, sure, include a co-housing program. They provide benefits, but proportional to all the other programs, we thought the more bang for the buck was to do that. We only eliminated the one. I'd say it's more typical to eliminate quite a few.
And I'll say that co-housing, what that meant in the last housing element was what, you know, advocates for the co-housing method of development were pushing for, which is more of like a communal village layout of very low density with sort of the common shared, you know, living and cooking spaces. When we're looking at prioritizing housing sites and policies, those don't achieve the densities we need to provide affordable housing.
Yeah.
And so they weren't, you know, the most economical use of land when achieving really pressing higher density affordable housing needs for this planning
I've
period.
stayed in one in Boston that was one large building. It wasn't all spread out. So they
Yeah,
had,
so
you know,
if there's, you know, consensus and direction to include that or to restore it, we'll just need to work on clarifying that form to the extent we can as opposed
I don't know if it needs to be specifically in there. It just bothered me that we were taking it out.
I see.
I guess.
We did look at one project like that on Lakeside.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't happen.
Oh.
You'd almost certainly need a public process. Like, no matter what application came in for that, you'd probably need a variance. So you'd probably see that and figure out if you wanted to support it or not. We're not expressly forbidding them or anything through this.
Okay, so I'll just go through my other comments quickly. On packet page 85, that just wanted to talk a little bit about our jobs, housing imbalance. And so my concern with this is that we're rezoning and allowing a lot more housing in our commercial, which then detracts from our ability to have commercial and jobs here. And we already have such an imbalance. And I know we're in the process of reviewing our the economic opportunity study too, and some of these same sites are in that study, you know, that are looking to bring money to the city. I don't have a question, it's just a concern that I feel like sometimes we need to be careful to protect our commercial zoning, because now with all the housing laws, once you say that you can put in housing, then that's what's going to go in, right? So I don't know.
And even where you don't.
Yeah.
And it's commercial housing under some of the state laws now, housing can be built. So it's a very pro-housing legislative environment.
Right. So is there anything?
One other piece. I mean, you're the City Council of Pacifica. This is a regional and statewide problem, and you're relatively near to a lot of high-quality jobs, not just the highest-paid jobs, but all the service workers, the entire ecosystem. A house here that commutes 10 miles, a house here that commutes over the hill to San Bruno, is a net benefit for the region than Walnut Creek, another house in, or farther out. And so the VMTs, the carbon, the overall kind of smart growth piece is satisfied at the regional level, even if the job isn't here. Of course, if the job was here, it would be even better. The other piece is, as you grow, all this, as I'm sure I speculate you talked about at length with the general plan update, if you're gonna grow, you wanna grow in certain areas because the alternative is way worse, right? If you do much more, if you take over some pasture and put a bunch more 2.5 acre homes, you're compounding the problem. And so this way, even if the future has more people or more impact, it's more concentrated and more, you can diffuse it with shuttles. You can diffuse it with the fact that there's going to be more smaller businesses and service. You know, there might be more mixed use. There might be more business licenses at the end because there's more coffee shops and haircutting places and stuff like this.
But those aren't necessarily the higher paid quality employers, right? And so the question is whether we need those to be economically viable.
You need them all.
So, and then on page 210, sorry, I think this is my last question. I can skip my other notes. Because I'm too tired to think now, too. So this is a list of approved housing units, and I saw earlier that these 148 units were counted as part of our RENA as pipeline projects or something like that they're called, which are supposed to be projects that they could have been permitted but not have their certificate of occupancy by 2022, I forget the exact date. I just noticed my own house is in here, that I got the certificate of occupancy in 2019, so I'm just think that that list might need to be looked at.
Okay, thank you.
That's all.
Very good. Staff, do you have the direction you need vis-a-vis these three questions and beyond?
We have wonderfully thorough and clear direction, so thank you very much.
Because we can get clearer if you'd like. No. Chair Berman.
Thank you, Mayor. Circling back, because I have meeting amnesia, timeline moving forward. So, is there a night, I know this is all approximate, but roughly how long will it take to update the housing element with our comments tonight? And then considering the end of the public comment period, which I think is sooner than we'll probably have this updated. Right. And when do we think we might be able to submit to HCD?
So I think the amount of specificity I can give you is that we have between now and the close of the public comment period, so March 27th, and then by law, 10 business days to consider and respond as appropriate to the public comments received. So, in the order of 2 to 3 weeks before we can transmit to HCD. We're going to do everything we can to respond to the thorough and clear feedback that we received tonight.
Are there any comments we should pull back so that you can?
Well, right.
Let's discuss that for 2 hours.
I mean, I feel good about the feedback received. I think, it aligns with our goals. There are places we can be clearer and, incorporate the feedback. If we flag any of these as triggering, new significant technical analysis that might delay us for a long time, we may have to make a judgment call and put a placeholder and revisit that when the time permits. Really, it would be good to get a clear direction at leaving here that do as much as you can, but don't inordinately delay transmittal to HCD because we need to get the clock started, and just give us some discretion to use our judgment if something's taking way too long.
I'm happy to call for a quick consensus if needed, but definitely it's not my intention to trigger additional analysis between now and when we transmit on the other side of HCD, I would hope that you would have a sense of how robust the conversation might be that we need to have then, and whether or not there's something that's going to be important enough that we might want to trigger the analysis. But, and again, just quick consensus, it's not my intention to trigger a deeper analysis past what changes can be made before transmittal as quickly as possible. Other feedback, please.
Yes.
Yeah, agreed.
Agreed.
Anybody disagree? Cool.
Clear.
So we're probably looking at potentially submitting to HCD in about a month, and then they have 90 days to review, and then staff and team would need time to process those comments, and then we'll reconvene as a study session at some point.
So we'll need some time to think about the particular mechanism, and again, part of that depends on the nature and the substance of HCD's comments, and so it could be that we just don't know what they're talking about, and we need to engage with them, and
Sure.
maybe submit another sort of incremental draft to get some clarity. Like, I don't want to commit to a particular point in time. I think we get the sense that more time needs to be spent particularly to work through sites and see if we need to get more specific on those. That will take some organizational gymnastics to structure, given all of the potential conflicts of interest. So we've got some work cut out on our end to make that work as a meeting process.
So, I'm sorry.
Go
So
ahead.
given that this might extend out a good bit, like into the fall even, right? And we only have until January 31st to update our zoning. I mean, can we start updating our zoning now? And what's involved in the CEQA analysis, does that also have to be done by January 31st?
Yeah, so behind the scenes, I have the wheels in motion to get the CEQA process started, in anticipation of the guidance and direction we received tonight, which, didn't blow up our sites list. And so with respect to the rezoning, we're going to have to assume, for sake of efficiency, that we're proceeding with this site list for now. Do all that we can between now and January 31st of next year to get the CEQA done and to structure a hearing process. And then if sites change for whatever reason, there's a way to incorporate those adjustments in the CEQA process. Will it have timeline impacts? Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to determine what those are. So erring on the side of more inclusivity, more sites, per the direction given tonight, should hopefully give us some flexibility. If we end up cutting some sites, maybe the CEQA process doesn't need to be retooled. It's less impactful. Changing and scrapping that site list meaningfully, that will have its own set of consequences.
Circling back to, this is nice symmetry, my first question of this meeting, and I think I know the answer and I agree, but I'm going to ask it just to be explicit. Is there anything we could do to help move that process forward, such as having another meeting to discuss more in depth each site, so then staff and team can have our more detailed feedback? I understand that that's going to be in advance of HCD's comments, which may collide with what we discuss in our next hypothetical meeting. But I just want to explicitly ask, are we sure that having another meeting before receiving HCD's comments is not beneficial?
I don't think I can say it's not beneficial. I think I can say that there are practical challenges, in light of staffing and workload, to insert another meeting that hasn't yet been contemplated. And so there's some work that needs to be done on the city staff side to sort that out. I also need to indicate, and the rest of the team can amplify this. I think it's unlikely HCD is going to say you cannot have such a site. They're going to ask questions. Well, we need more information. Justify this assumption, which could have the practical effect of a site being removed on our part. But really, the policy questions about should we or shouldn't we have a site, or should we reduce the density to half of the site and move those units elsewhere, maybe there is some benefit to having that sooner rather than later, as it relates to the CEQA process and sort of setting aside the HCD process. But all kinds of moving parts that need to be sorted out, and we need some time to do that without committing to a particular study session at a particular point in time right now.
Okay.
I think we need, so just, like, I want to go back to something that you said at the beginning, which is there is inherent risk that, like, we miss January and then we're in a really bad position, right? There's a risk there. And so when I'm talking about, you know, like, let's take the bowling alley off the list, and I don't want to, like, I'm not going to, like, just keep beating a dead horse here. But, like, I think that we need to have this in parallel so that we can make decisions without risk, because you guys are understaffed and it's not fair, but the state is going to have mandates that we're going to be held to, right? And so I think we need to have this parallel effort so that we're protecting the city both on the side of, like, we need to give the city housing, protecting the city from development that isn't consistent with our goals as a city and our vision, and then really considering these sites thoughtfully, which I don't think we've really had an opportunity to do, and I think we kind of all talked about that. So I hear what everybody's saying, but we need to find a way to make sure that we don't miss the mark with January.
I agree with that.
Agreed.
Yep, me too.
Commissioner Wright.
I also agree with that, but I'm also concerned about identifying too many sites so that we lose too much regulatory control by naming too many. So I think that there's good and bad to having less and good and bad about having more. And I lean on you to know that better than I.
I hear a consensus. Does anybody disagree? So what would be helpful for me is if maybe city manager and Director Murdoch could get together and discuss the feasibility of doing such a thing, and maybe transmit back to myself and Chair Berman what the conclusion of that discussion is, so that we can have some idea whether or not there's a feasibility issue, or we can find a way to accomplish what it sounds like everybody here would prefer to accomplish. Fair? Okay.
One question, back to what Vice Chair Hauser was saying about the mapping, for example, of the Oceana site, the way it appears on the little map with the great big giant orange dot. Is there a possibility that, or is it going to happen, let me say it that way, that gets amended in some way or clarified in some way before it gets submitted? You know, like a little dotted line or the shaded areas where we really think it could go, that sort of thing.
You know, I think there's more than one way to do it. I'm not convinced, from my perspective, that doing that on the big map makes sense. I think the sites might be too small in some instances to really see. We also have to try to square Commissioner Leal's input about trying to scale the sites and visualize that. So we've got some work to do to try to strike the right map. What I think could make sense as one option is to offer blow-up diagrams of some of these particular sites that maybe give a little more specificity about the intentions. Again, it's not the final like rezoning action, but it will give a visual depiction of, oh, this is to help identify the site, but really they're talking about this small subset. That's probably within our means to do and provide some clarity for the public.
And I just want to say thank you to everyone involved, because this is a monumental undertaking.
Thank you.
And we all appreciate everything. So thank you.
Thank you for staying with us so late.
Yes, thank you very much.
Mr. Hamilton, thank you. Mr. Ackman, thank you. Ms. Council, thank you. I know your first name's Karen.
Murphy.
Murphy. Assistant City Attorney Murphy, thank you for being here. And our staff, Planning Commission, the term slog was used, and we have satisfied that. Thank you for being here with us to this late hour. Despite
and public.
Yeah.
And the public who remain. In true fashion. So thank everybody in this room for being here, and it's truly a pleasure to be paired with the Planning Commission and have this robust discussion. So thank you all for being here. The time is 11:45, meeting adjourned.
Oh.